Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we do not have a quorum. I now suspend the Parliament until further ringing of the bell. Honourable members, we now got quorum. Me ask him, Member Plong, now I can lead him with a word of prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, we gather before you today with grateful hearts. Thank you for the privilege of standing in this house of leadership and responsibility. We acknowledge that it is an honor to be here, and we do not take lightly the upon us to serve the people of this nation. As we begin today's session, we ask for your wisdom to guide our thoughts, to clarify, to guide our decisions, and your peace to guide reaction in every decision. Grant each member here integrity, patience, and unity, especially when perspectives differ. May we conduct ourselves with respect and work for the common good of all communities and families whom we represent. Bless our nation and bless every person who looks to this Parliament for leadership, stability and hope. We commit this time to you. May all that is done here brings honor to you and serves the well-being of our people. Amen. Lord's Prayer, please. Our Father, hallowed be thy name. Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
For thy is the kingdom,
and the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honourable members, I acknowledge the presence in the speakers and public gallery of esteemed guests from the Global TB Caucus, member for Sumcar District Development Authority, Gauri Army Views Association, student and their teacher from the Rainbow Christian School in the National Capital District, and student and teacher from the Inawabu Primary School in the Central Province. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Any petitions? Notices? Honourable members, question time, 4+5, 10 minutes. Kanwa for Manus.
Assistant Speaker. Asking Blomi no katok sabe by Glo Prime Minister. Na open member Blotari Pori. Question Blomi pass law. All electorates were imiwok lo Bougainville. And 2027 election come up now. And me like ask him some question. He pass one time. Last time he go finish mi Bougainville some big pla electorates. He go two pla electorates. And this platform can in 2027 election by come close to. And you me too, he plan him lo Bougainville some la tu go click. Electoral Boundaries Commission ibin round working work long MIA ibin gopinis. Planti lo mi all provinces too, where mi pla like in by Burkim too, mi pla too. Ibin askim lo ikamap lo mi pla. All sem na mi like askim tasol. Manus pa imi luk sabe long em monogat. Askim lo mi game lik background pas them. Lo sai lo Manus mi sabe considering Manus also mi lik. Because population lo mi blame about 80,000. But no can lose thing also almost 50,000 to establish different provinces where work. Also na imsa looking Manus also Manus iliklik. Ikam lo pasin lo law 2. Or laws pro country isabe look sabe law more than one provinces now all administrative work too. For example, Manus now me got one by administrator at the same time M2 district administrator. Manus 2 by look sabe me got 12 pla LLGs time law it took also me must got only popular LLGs inside law one bla district. But suppose me bla having popular presidents tasol Manus na 2 members of parliament and by me bla 6 pla man tasol. Now, it no make sense time we come to passing law debate na passing law. All some la kain when me halbin. Lo make him case lo mi bla by come up all some. By you look sabe law. You remember we established 2013 and 14. It been got one bla formula only use him. Lo money lo golong all provinces. Hamas bla open member established one province. Governor by ikisim 5 million kina. A minimal sem people province where got 9 blood districts or 8 blood districts, and by governor by 85 million kina. Now base law display. Manus mi got 1 blood district as all, mi kisim 5 million kina. Open member of law mi kisim 10 million kina. Makes him the smallest time mi boss law province. So all display come up even time law burki money can nungut 5 million all keta mi no bin kisim too. So those are the challenges where me plus samlai look sabe so meeting this plat talk to Manus come up special case enough now. So me like him you me look lo display. Me too like talk sabe also nungut plan di lo think Manus click through. But me like talking also whilst me got 80,000 population. We've got 2,100 square kilometers of land, but Solwara Blomibla is 276,000 square kilometers of Solwara, making us one of the biggest provinces in the country. Tubla LLG Blomi, one by stop Namel Blomanus, now the Sipics. Na Narapa Awa Bubulu is even close to Lo Sipik. Tete outside law hosting Blomi. Tete imi tok mi starting one bla bats, one bla pontoon where you carry more cargo you go through lo Manus. Lo distribute him lo all get a island lo mi all materials lo schools, teachers house, housing. It cost me 1.2 million kina. Lo one bla trip, but by me more than one bla trip. Now imagine him 10,000 when me kiss him, 10 million when me kiss him. 60% blown money finished as a law display. But the Kamablo Solwara, if letting also Manus as a contribute. Because all get something can command lo NFA, but we will contribute people through law country. Also, so he passed all display hiccups. Me ask him, suppose Prime Minister, you plan look, because me play Buruki me bla penis, if you him look sabi bin come before in Nablo Tupla districts penis. So suppose you play put him Manus he come up inside now. Me no looking by come up hiccup, you know na Burukim all carrying LLGs by he disturb him. But me lose him lo wisdom lo ipla lo look, but I like me pla Manus through. Me pla like him nungut now go come up 2032. Nungut you play including me pla lo display.
Honorable Governor, sorolo me onem lo you. You me got 4 plus 5 minutes that's also you shima background bli clear lo minister na onem lo emiken
Thank you.
Clear, so you can ask him question, Playo. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Emi, kamlo finish long now, but kolos to bla weekend me like san up talk na ibla no give me chance or sem na me like try and pull him go long likely. But question blame also me na Prime Minister. You me look na you me porque Manus got to bla. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I want to appreciate the question from the Manus the Governor. Manus is a big province by area size. To run from Loringau to Wuwulu and Awa, for instance, it will take a day and a half on speedboat, on barge possibly 2 days. To go to Los Negros Islands, to go to even the westernmost and northwest islands, as well as within. The province itself is quite big. Connect PNG is running a road from Loringau to go to the far west in a proposed fishing township that we want to build called Drauke. In my first thought, I thought it was 50 kilometers or so road. Later I was advised it's over 100 kilometers. So it shows a substantial distance from the Federals of East to the Federals of West on the main island of Manus. So the question is in order, but I want to advise this House through this question that the Electoral Boundaries Commission sits every 10 years. It's not every parliament that the Electoral Boundaries convene. The Electoral Boundaries Commission sits every 10 years, pegged against possible population increase. And they count our population as a key index to calculate whether a province or a district could be split or more districts could come in. Knowing that it sits every 10 years, in 2020 or 2019, we did commissioned EBC to be convened, and based on the EBC findings, in 2022, 5 new electorates came in. That same report also established that that there must be another 4 or so new electorates. I may be wrong in the numbering, but at least some electorates were identified in the 2020 report, and we did have 5 or so electorates in 2022, and the balance of the recommendations will come in 2027. Mr. Assistant Speaker, following law, a new EBC could be convened, and it's up to the government that comes in 2027 to convene and look at population and look at area size, and from just observation and knowing the country, I feel Manus is qualified. Some electorate still remains big, and in the new EBC that is constituted, Manus would be given fair considerations through the due process because of land size and even population approaching possible 100,000 is overqualified for a split. But we will certainly consider this. If this government comes back in office in 2027 after the elections, then obviously we would constitute an EBC, and EBC will get to work. Recommendation, EBC will start work at around 2030, and as 2030 report is finalized, if Manus is given that consideration, then part of the process would see new electorates coming on board, hopefully Manus amongst them in 2032. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The Governor for Isipik.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. My question without notice is also directed to the Prime Minister, simply because he would have the longest knowledge of the question that I'm about to ask. Now, the question is in relation to the autonomy arrangements for Bougainville. I didn't want to ask the Minister because I felt that the PM is probably one of the longest serving members in the House, and he would be well versed with this response. First of all, my first question, and again it comes back to the briefing that we had yesterday from the Bipartisan Committee on Bougainville in relation to the ratification process that would be on foot towards the end of this year, I understand. And So my series of questions is in relation to that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Assistant Speaker. First of all, and again, I think I speak for many provinces who are interested in the autonomy arrangements that have been trialed, experimented on in Bougainville. So my first question is, what are the key differences between the autonomy arrangements on Bougainville and the rest of the provinces? This question is framed because I noticed that the members of parliament from Bougainville, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for the last maybe couple of decades that autonomy has been on Bougainville, they have been in this house asking the same questions that the members from other parts of the country are asking. And this gets me to wonder, if they have autonomy arrangements on Bougainville, why are they still dealing with the same issues that we are dealing with? So what are the differences? What are the key differences which would make the autonomy arrangements on Bougainville different to what the rest of us have in PNG? My next question is, did the autonomy arrangements on Bougainville, did they work or did they fail? If they worked or failed, have there been any audits of the autonomy arrangements on Bougainville? Has there been any reviews of the autonomy arrangements on Bougainville? Or have any studies been done by any of our research institutions to understand what happened on Bougainville and whether the learnings, positive or negative, can be applied or rejected across the rest of Papua New Guinea? In relation to that, if there are any such reports available to the Prime Minister or to the Office of Bougainville Affairs, can the government table those reports so that the members of this House and the people of Papua New Guinea can be informed as to the results of the autonomy experiment on Bougainville? And finally, in relation to the ratification issues that are going to be imminent upon us this year, can the government inform the House if they have a schedule of activities? Because I noticed that most of the members of this parliament are new, perhaps 90% are new. And like the rest of the country, they may not be fully versed on the issues around Bougainville and the work that has been undertaken between the autonomous Bougainville government and the Papua New Guinea government over the past 20 years. If there is such a schedule of events, can either the Minister or the Prime Minister, on behalf of the government, table it for the benefit of the members and the people of Papua New Guinea? Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
Mr. Prime Minister.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Me like talk, thank you, Lord. Governor Blaisipik, Lord. Good series of questions, and me ask him. That is very important for the fullest understanding of this Parliament and people of our country. I want to firstly say the difference, the first question, what is the difference between the autonomous arrangements we have in Bougainville and the other provinces who are now aspiring for autonomy? Firstly, the other provinces operate under the Organic Law and Provincial Local Level Government, 1995 Organic Law and Provinces and Local Level Government. Bougainville operates under Part 14 of our Constitution. And so Bougainville is a direct creation of our Constitution through the amendment that took place in 2001, and their autonomy is clearly defined. The other provincial governments, we're working towards an autonomous arrangements, but it is not yet defined in law. Right now, the decentralized powers, especially the Organic Law and Provincial Local Level Government 1995, you are operating under that ambit of that law and the powers that is prescribed under this law. And for the reference of most of you governors, if not all of you, Section 42 of that law gives you the fullest scope of powers that you have right now in your provinces. Bougainville, to come to the third question on have we studied or are certain as to what has happened in Bougainville, I want to give a straight up answer. Right now as I speak, I have no clearest study on what has fully transpired in Bougainville this day. The state of autonomy and the respect because of the crisis that has happened in Bougainville, this government, as I would be, if I'm not wrong, I was part of last government, and I was also part of the Somali government, that we, in every dialogue with leaders of Bougainville, the conversation on transparency, good governance, reporting has always been blurred simply at the backdrop, knowing fully that they are a special case, they come from the crisis, so some element of sympathy from Vagrancy to them has not compelled much of accountability and reporting back to Vagrancy. And I would certainly, in the next meeting we have with the Bougainville leaders, ask for a study on what has happened so we could help them in the course of what is coming ahead of them and us as we relate going forward into the future. But no full audit or no full review or study has taken place in respect to shared power sharing arrangements. However, the fullest, the autonomous function is already clearly defined in Part 14 of our Constitution. And I recollect in a 2010 JSB, I was then Education Minister. The first function that national government transferred was the education function under my watch. Almost all functions would have been transferred to Bougainville. Today, some functions are still here. This government still try, and on both sides, Vagrancy and Buka, the headquarters of the autonomous region of Bougainville, somewhat slow. Buka is not anxious to ask for drawdown of powers, and Vagrancy sometimes is also slow to transfer powers. But JSB under my watch have given full instruction that all powers as described must be held by Bougainville, must go to Bougainville. And so we have worked within this prescription, and most powers have been transferred. You would have looked at some economic powers, for instance, the national fisheries, work with the fisheries on Bougainville to give fisheries power. Forestry has been transferred. Full land that we have in state land as prescribed is now transferred to the Bougainville government. So all state land in Bougainville remains part of Bougainville government land. The only thing we retain are sovereign related issues, defense, currency, foreign affairs, those matters retained. Almost all functions are now being transferred to Bougainville, and as part of the process of ushering in the referendum results into the floor of Parliament, this Parliament will be informed on the full status of PNG Bougainville relationship in as far as power transfer and operation of the powers concerned. But as I said earlier, Part 14 of our Constitution clearly is the difference between the autonomous Bougainville government and the rest of the provincial governments we have in our country. I want to also say that for the education of present generation of Papua New Guineans, this is not this Parliament's doing. A process has been set since 2001, Bougainville Peace Agreement. The gist of the peace agreement was transplanted into Part 14 of the Constitution. That's why in 2019 there was a sunset clause to a date in which referendum must be held. Section 338 of that part of our Constitution compels that on the 10th anniversary, in between the 10th anniversary and the 15th anniversary of the first autonomous government, there must be a referendum held. And the referendum was, the questions on referendum was also explicit as given in the Constitution. So the then O'Neill government proposed and accepted the two questions. A question on what, if you want, you vote on two issues. You vote for autonomy or you vote for full political independence. And so those questions were accepted, and those questions were put to the ballot. And under the prescribed of Section 338, referendum was 338 of the Constitution, referendum was held. And the results, as all of us know, it will be forever and timeless. Is 97.7% of the people who voted for independence. We are time-bound. I think the governor did inform or ask on what has happened since. Well, after the referendum in 2019, whilst COVID-19 delayed a little bit, we had 5 rounds of post-referendum consultation. First, and that's sanctioned under 341 subsection 1 of the Constitution. At a meeting in Kokopo, we had post-referendum consultation. Our national government, on behalf of the country, we put to them that yes, you voted, but there's a set process in place. Just because you voted doesn't mean you have automatic independence. Section 342 subsection 2 says the process must be ratified or Parliament must make decision. It must come to Parliament. But it also, there's a room for leaders' dialogue. There's a room, in fact, a wisdom of the 2001 peace agreement, lest we forget, the Part 14 was brought in as a result of a peace agreement. And so the first purpose of the meeting in 2001 or thereabouts was to find peace. And in the effort to find peace, the push to get a referendum, the push to get a referendum on independence, the push for Part 14 to be part of the Constitution came in 2001. So that process is running. It is live as we speak. And the process in the wisdom of 2001, in subsection 338 also says, I think there's subsection 7 that says that the leaders must also consult, and Bougainville autonomous government will decide whether referendum is held or not held. But they voted for referendum to be held. We complied it must take place within the 10 to 15 year anniversary of the first government. Sunset was in 2019. The referendum was held at the advice of United Nations. I repeat, at the advice of United Nations. United Nations said key prerequisites were complied. One of them was all guns were returned. Second was good governance was exercised. That's subject to anyone's guess, but at this stage 338 is retired. We now are waiting 342 subsection 2 to be retired. But I did put to the Parliamentary Committee on Bougainville that there was wisdom in 2001 peace agreement. And I want to give greatest commendation to Bougainville leaders. They came at the backdrop of pain, loss, stress, crisis, more lives lost. It is estimated that over 20,000 lives lost on both sides. PNG side lesser, Bougainville more. But at the backdrop of pain, tears, and crisis, they agreed that this process must run its course. And I give credit to the leaders of Bougainville, including President Toroma, who was then a key signatory to the peace agreement. That he never stopped in the way of saying the peace agreement must not be brought into Parliament, allow national Parliament to have its course. And credit is given to that generation of leaders also. They said the Parliament will make decision. I want to place on this Parliament's record my appreciation to President Toroma, the Honourable President Toroma and his leadership. At first they said no, Parliament is just a rubber stamp to the decision made by the people. But this side defended Parliament is not a rubber stamp. Parliament is the supreme lawmaking authority of the land. 342 subsection 2 that says Parliament will make decision, means members of Parliament will then take a vote on what was the outcome, what is the outcome. So we've agreed in the Kokopo meeting to push to a WABEC meeting. In the WABEC meeting, key milestone dates were set out. So we had a meeting in WABEC, all in the interest to take Bougainville leaders outside of Port Moresby and Bougainville to see the rest of the country. They went into, the Enga provincial government was hospitable. We were in Enga province. Discussions on key milestones were then reached. And then we had the Era Kone Covenant that established that this must take place as we prepare to usher in the results to the Parliament. But key amongst some technical issues came into play. How do you usher in? There is no constitutional provision, there is no standing, or actually constitutional provision to usher in the result of the Parliament. This is unprecedented. So both sides agreed that a session order will be used. The session order will then suspend standing orders, usher in the results, and we will go through the results of the table, and this Parliament will take a vote on this one. And so we have a meeting or two outstanding before the results are brought into Parliament. It is almost fait accompli. The leaders on the ground, fait accompli, meaning the process has started. The journey of the results coming to Parliament is on foot. There will be a date this year, preferably before September 16 this year, that the results come in and each member of Parliament will go through this. I think two Parliament sessions earlier, I did ask, if my memory is not wrong, I did ask our government caucus that all provincial governors take resolution in your own respective assemblies as to what you view should be the way your province look at the referendum results. So I hope all provincial governments have taken this as a point of decision making, or you discuss in your own assemblies. But when it comes to the National Assembly or National Parliament, we will discuss on the results of this vote, and Parliament will then take a decision. This is a constitutional vote. On this side, we believe this is not ordinary vote. This is a constitutional vote. Constitutional numbers, 3/3 majority takes precedent in the affirmative or in the negative of the results. But I want to say to us here in this Parliament, and say to the Bougainville House of Representatives, the Bougainville Parliament, the Bougainville people, there is no fear in the process. The 2001 agreement is full of wisdom also. It says, and I think 342 subsection 1 has a leeway out of this. And that's why we term this the Melanesian consensus, Melanesian wisdom, Melanesian agreement must take precedence. We will not rise up one morning and Bougainville is no more, PNG is no more. We perpetually stuck here forever until Jesus comes. And we will have to deal with this issue one way or another. It's the serious most issue facing us. While Section 2 of our Constitution defines the sovereignty we have today, whilst we can't ignore that lives have been lost on both sides, and more so on Bougainville, this Parliament is faced with this task to deal with this issue. All of you, when the moment arrives, you will decide to vote in the affirmative or vote in the negative. But whatever the result of the vote is, I will be soon announcing from government and from Pangu Party policy perspective the way we would propose this one. And it is found in the spirit of Section 342, subsection 1. There's a provision for post-referendum consultation. That provision has no sunset clause. We could find a next phase. If this Parliament votes and we grant them full independence, there will still be a next phase. If this Parliament votes and says no to independence, there will still be a next phase. We just can't ignore the fact that 97.7% of Bougainvilleans have voted for nothing less than self-determination labeled political independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vivek, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker Loluk Savelo. People of Vivek. Question no kat believe lomi be like directing ko good Minister of Works and Highways regarding big bagarap ikama road lomi lo Vivek lo East Coast, West Coast na especially road ilidi konsel one bla important institution blomi bla mo barracks lo Vivek aste solwara itaiti masol blem na ikamantap kam I demichim road blomi bla straight. So that road is now impassable. One kind of long warm memorial site. Well, Japan been surrendered lo Allied forces lo 1942. this two road and be impossible now. All people blomi love is tapos some island. Me understand no some one road them responsibility block provincial government na national district. But at this point of time you may not got sufficient fund log. Put him goran lo walk him the road long warm. Or some na asking blomi go lo good bla minister blow works and highways. He got some emergency funds stop. In that blame look na one time department blame put him come down na you make and starting walk long back road. As the good blood president blomi lo work rural and kisim all youths now start clearing back road from Saurin, from Moim, we go some go na tuktak panimol, na now morning all start walking or clearing people bus so that you can put all machine go na straight him la narbla alternate route blow shoulders blomi bla na family blow all can you see la road go come. Em tasol la legally so plus kim blomi kolo good bla minister blow works and highways. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
Mr. for Works.
Speaker, thank you long. Good luck question. Very important question. Ikam long, member Blomilo Wiwek. And as I highlighted yesterday, the country is, and the global community is experiencing unprecedented weather patterns. And particularly in our coastal areas, Nami recognize him, this la challenge or community believe me antap Wiwek right across the country, but more importantly, you highlighted what had happened, what is happening right now. So me can assure you, na people blow Wiwek, our Good Works Secretary is online. Na mipla by Painim liglig one canal long help him fix him this back road and get the roads in order for our people to be back into normalcy. So you have my assurance, honourable member.
We have a supplementary. Member for Day, what is your supplementary?
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Supplementary blow me Igolo a supporting question blow member blow Wiwek, and I have similar situation. Triple bridge blow me was out, and my question is looking for some
honourable member for Day. Your supplementary I'm looking some nuclear asking. So I think you should not finish, so me can learn you law. You can ask him, Golo Minister.
Question blow me, I'm golo emergency funds. Member blow we ask him, so me ask him related to that. Whether there's emergency funds, what me realize him, the emergency funds are kept here at the Department of Works, and he got all Provincial Works Department is staff, no one province, and Western Islands we have a Provincial Works Department, and Sample Road in Bagram. I'm on national roads, but them go through all district. Now instead of, you got sample of me one kind, and the engineers there on the ground, only working on submissions, and then they have to come down to Mosby in order to submit, and then there's a process here that takes some months or weeks, this like kind. So my question or my supplementary is, you got all roadway, all emergency funds can be packed at the provinces. So AC long all provincial works managers have access to those funds, and then they can quickly step in because sample road the main access here. Now time in Bagrab time we have to wait for 3 to 4 months. Like in my case, it's about 3 months and we're still waiting. And engineer to go on submission come law, works slow yeah, na me wait yet. So and then the district funds are insufficient to fix them all this like an old roadway. You have bridges being washed away, culverts being washed away, this like and so. Me like so whether emergency funds only can you got some available all provinces too or no local mogi go isi. No so I am supplementary or no block question, but you can put him.
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Namitok, thank you. Long good luck question to come long member Bloimi long day open. Again, on behalf of my people of Bougainville, I want to congratulate you on your elevation and the mandate the people have given and trusted in you. Honourable member, good luck question. And there is emergency funds. The emergency funds only apply when there is an actual state of emergency. But having having considered your question with the work that happens continuously around our country with all our departments, and I say this not only for the Works Department but for many of our work in government. Today, the use of ICT is more important for us than ever. So, for example, when the high tides eroded the roads up in Moen Barracks, immediately the Works Manager was able to get live coverage of what was transpiring at that very time and been able to send through, obviously through WhatsApp, through our social media platform. So in terms of getting our managers in our respective provinces responding immediately to emergency or of such, there are no untimely feedback. And so as soon as there is feedback from our provinces, then the department are able to then provide the immediate and appropriate support back to our districts or provinces. But going back to your question, there are emergency funds, and as I highlighted through the SOE, but in any case, this sort of challenges that we're facing with our weather pattern is something that we have provided contingency in supporting and looking at those challenges that is affecting our roads and bridges. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Governor for Western Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Question below me now. Let me ask him, Minister Plo, please. Member Blong. Kombia Mambum, na Minister Plo, please. Honorable John Pundari. Before let me ask him question, let me like talk. Thank you long our people all day. Electing Honorable Desmond Keeper, Paul Keeper. Now all people on New Island, electing Honorable Byron Chen, Governor of New Island. Now to me like look save long Honorable Mugua Dilo, member of Kerwaki Gembog, when him court na come back. Mr.
Governor,
just for clarification, Assistant Speaker.
Opposition Leader, your point of order. What is your point of order?
Just for clarification for the Hansard, it's the member for Kundiawa Gembog.
Sorry, Opposition Leader, you can give your point of order. Governor, you can resume your seat. Opposition Leader can give point of order.
Assistant Speaker, lo good la talk lo Governor, member block Kundiawa Gembog. Na aste Deputy Speaker been making one the lilik talk. You can take note too. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Thank you, Law.
You know, the Governor, time CI look savelo, pasi kam long. Parliament now na, I talk out of some member kam kimsian now by me announce him floor. Thank you, Governor. You can make him ask him you.
Mr. Speaker, me talk sorry long this la. Na me talk thank you long. Opposition leader law corrected me. Question from me now. Me like ask him, Police Minister. Me play looking it's like country now. You me looking Ghana and give me a big problem. Now that's all you me talk lo Bougainville and planting money die because Logan. Natu lo Highlands, me play ikat. Big problem lo guns na. You me looking lo hanga. Olenga, Governor Blenga, staff or leaders Blenga. Me like to thank you lo Yupla because me looking plenty all powerful gun. All anger returning, I mean, giving Quebec lo government all illegal firearms. Now, I think I'm one big breakthrough blood la country. Now, especially Yumi Law Highlands, Yumi 7 Law Province and Tabla Highlands, Gun is a Yumi Law Big Levy. And say, some life, Law Plenty Old Man, causing plenty destruction. Gun and Law Big Law Yumi Law Country, no, Law Highlands. So, question from me, Mila asking, Police Minister, how you negotiate now Yuxim gun back? And my provincial government, he go pass law this law. Or police minister, when the police department, he go pass. Me like asking, was there some form of payment done by government or by police department or any provincial government? You make it clear because all these like guns now, the Kokam, Law Highlands, or Iron Man, Section Brown, plenty time, all isim lagen, plenty time, all isim long. Joaka, Law Chimbu, Law Southern Islands, Ella, Hanger, and long guns, the causing big destruction long. Mibla, you like Simbeck, so me like talk 10 years through, Law Police Commissioner, Police Department, na Minister of Police, not to Governor Blow Hanger and our leaders. Thank you.
Deputy Opposition Leader, what your point to order?
Mr. Speaker, it's 2 minutes to the end of the question time. Wonder if the good governor can seek leave of the House to extend question time again. Or if I may ask an extension to allow the good minister to answer the question and also perhaps if I move a motion to extend question time.
Deputy Opposition Leader, your point of order is out of order. Governor, your question.
Question. You mean you see some money or no got? Not to all this like gun you mix him back. You may destroy him or you call a police department or call one him up. You may must have a because this law firearm military issued firearms. Now no this firearm call handlaw man, so you may need to surveillance too. Thank you.
Mr. Police Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, me like talk. Thank you, long. All good block question come long. Good block governor, long Western Islands. Long illegal guns na gun amnesty me got law country now. Gun amnesty law country blow you me and by Rani going up September 2016 Independence Day blow you me when we should all stand together and declare Papua New Guinea as an illegal gun-free country. Mr. Assistant Speaker, long answering my question, long governor's threat. Yes, policy block government now long buying back all illegal gun inside long country. But it's a buyback arrangement and by long help him online belong yumi long plus lo come up in good blessing down belong all in sustainable ways, maybe commerce, SMEs in areas of agriculture, maybe lo support him education too. Plenty all line blow yumi inside long country blow yumi only stop engage him all yet long all this laka in passing one time illegal gun because they are disengaged, and we need to engage them one way or the other. And initiative of the Marabe Rosso government, long buying back all illegal gun, Ting emi stabolsen, Ting emi stabolsen. Now, Mr. Speaker, right now in the amnesty period, I am sure that the Commissioner of Police Emma Salim operational order go finish long. Provincial police commanders right throughout the country to whom all the illegal guns will have to be surrendered to and stored away for destruction. For destruction. When I'm something surrendered, by belong Amina, police again long use him even if they are military issued firearms or police issued firearms for that matter. Whatever that is surrendered and collected by our provincial police commanders will be stored away for destruction. In terms of payment, the present time, it is all about data collection on all those that are surrendering their weapons, names of individuals or clans, or name belong one family, only get gun, now only surrendering this illegal weapon, details belong all, details belong gun. Whenever only participate in the schemes of education or sustainable investment belong one clan, communities belong all, or families for that matter. So time you got all this data finished now. Me by kissing submission you go along cabinet and government will allocate the money and we will deposit straight to the accounts of those that have surrendered their weapons for schemes of whatever that they want to do in their communities and in their districts for that matter. Mr. Speaker, as we are progressing with this amnesty period and the surrender of illegal weapons, the government under the Prime Minister's direction and with the good wisdom of the National Executive Council, we're also reviewing our laws insofar as firearms are concerned in the country. We're also reviewing the laws insofar as offensive weapons are concerned that harm our society and the peace and the order that you may order like him inside law this country. And I am pleased to inform Parliament that plenty law this good law work he come up finis. Me like talk thank you long good Attorney General blom mibla law work boom blong hen and some law good review come up finis you go long office blong him as of this morning. And as we progress, hopefully if everything goes well, in the next sitting of Parliament, we should be able to introduce those laws. Mr. Speaker, you got life imprisonment belong, who said you got illegal guns now. That is the law. That is the law, but this man or Mary save salim this la ganya, when him now and punishment belong in. What is the penalty now by you mean imposing belong in? Now, man is a baim. Man is a baim this la ganya. When him now, penalty belong him. Now, man is a baim na him is a pain him hard, lo karemigo lo man by using gun. Defense na police for that matter. Even suppose all defense na police too, wagim karangina. Na steal him gun. Na munitions na salim. One him penalty now belong all. Insofar as the Firearm Act is concerned. Man by using gun na painim die belong in lo battlefield ya na using this gun lo wagim all kind crime ya law is the finish long by painim life sentence belong in so some law this law all kind details there mi bla work law look gen long Firearms Act and at the same time too the legal license issued firearms in the country plenty of citizens you mean inside the country licensed firearms here. All high-powered ones too here. Do we allow them to be licensed to use high-powered weapons apart from just handguns for that matter? These are some of the things that I think we need to critically think things through and work things through with the amendments and all the reviews that we are now undertaking under the Firearms Act. So me look forward long having more discussions when the Mibla time Mibla come through long cabinet, come lo government caucus me like sindan want more opposition too long. caucus or discussing this because this is very, very important. And Mr. Assistant Speaker, gun make him na all sick, gun make him na all school, gun make him na plenty all public properties inside the country, especially the region. Province me come long any walk lo bagarab na fire. This la illegal gun ya. Em no one blood good blood something lo. House line na all family na. One all citizens blow you me lo all him na keep him. Na I agree. Na me like to clear also. Me like to clear also. This la kind person blong all him illegal gun na make him number ya. Em or something where criminal in nature na. Em or something where you mean not like him long end na, you mean like flush him all out na make him sure that they face the full brand of the law long country below you me. And plenty time you me try him long address him this blah. With my full support as Minister of Police right now. And you may organize leaders of this country. You got plenty of levy too, so we come lo this la. Now this scheme of buy back here. No one bla good bla kind feeling thinking where me as police minister, me like walk him now you me walk him. No you mean also you me support him this la. The criminal law who said money me buy him gun or buy him na give him or who said money me use him gun. Man, no one bla nice bla feeling here. But you know, this gun amnesty and work law come up now here. Please, all citizens and people bla me bla law this bla country here. You bla must survey. You bla must survey. This is the only period and time. Grace and me come law you bla now. One is something you blow all him na make him you know one blow good la something you blow make him. Karem na make him number na cause him all kind crime inside of this la country here. Em na one blow good la something you blow walking. Em enough now. Me blow you know come lo buy him big all this la gun long approve him all this la kind criminal passing na all that kind something you blow walking on the illegal gun. We have had enough. And this is the only time you surrender or you face the full brunt of the law. You must surrender and you must free him country, but you want them illegal gun inside of this country. Illegal gun, em no susa blow you. Em no mama blow you. You mean anta blong islands me come long in here. Instead of the illegal gun protecting someone, me bless of provide him security again or is like illegal gun for fear of someone coming and stealing it. Illegal gun make him na school blow me come down. Illegal gun make him na health center blow me come down. Illegal gun make him na primary na high school blow me come down. If it wasn't for illegal gun, post elections, police station blow me by sanabiyet, police accommodations by stabiyet. Health centers by stop yet. One bla high school by stop yet. Two bla primary school by stop yet. And we lost everything due to illegal guns. Going to the elections now. All like winning election want an illegal gun. Proliferation of firearms must stop. Must stop together with the hard reviews of the law that Mibla Wakimia and Atan Mibla Karim Kam na Imi pass him. You may not can rouse him illegal gun tasol. Bush knife too must not can come to public place na place by election. Catabel too must not can come to public places. Harmful weapons people must talk no what now. And I am so glad that we have developed a offensive weapons act that is going to come to Parliament. So we address all this together. Now the city of Port must be all good policemen me go now all rouse him all this offensive weapons. But I am telling you, now all rousing, beyond all pining you all him all this busnat, you all him any offensive weapons along any public place. you could find yourself in prison for 10 years. Or a 50,000 kina fine. Enough now, enough. All over the country, all policemen you blast up. Check him over the car, now rouse him over offensive weapons. As a message to all our citizens that in the next sitting of Parliament, this law is coming. And this time, if they find you at a marketplace or a bus stop, one them up, you carry offensive weapons. Nubla law by kissing you. You know, nablo illegal gun, that's all. Offensive weapons too want them. We've had enough of crime in this country. It's time for peace. This is a beautiful country. We are of a wonderful people. The few of us in our societies, in our cities, in our communities, wherever we are, we arm ourselves with these offensive weapons and illegal guns and harm our community, causing all this nonsense. The time has come for us to stop. And this Parliament must stand together. Provincial governments must stand together. All our presidents and ward councillors must stand together and work together with one voice against all these offensive weapons and especially illegal guns in our country. Mikam lo not block question blong good block governor and talk also responsibility block police or provincial government. It is all of our responsibility. It is all of our responsibility. The responsibility of my PPC is basically to collect all those illegal guns that are surrounded. But insofar as awareness, insofar as raising the voice, insofar as the collaborative, the cooperation that we need to have together in this exercise, we must work together in unison. We must work together in unison. But let me inform the country. Let me inform the country. After the 16th of September, rewards will continue for information. And this time, it won't be for that illegal gun. The reward will be for the informant. The reward will be for the informant. Samblala yumila island say, Mr. Maritime Plantimeri. You like isim nubla meri na you lusim all bla meri blow you all bla meri blow you bakam la police na talking me blausen. Man bla me blow I got gun. 30,000 kinalo M16 blow you ya and Mary blow you by kisim. Na police by locking you na Mary blow you by Maritime 1 plus with 16. No, I mean okay man. Some all councillors blow me islands region, me blow win him council na come up president na leader because law gun blow me blow. You no surrender him gun blow you. Council Lucia by report him you. Report blow this la gun ya by go law this la council Lucia and report longen na. You go Karabus time. This la loose mania by kissing place blow you na Mary blow you want that. Emi no funny. Emina fani papa ni gini blare mina blow pen blow you long all get all offensive weapons na illegal guns. This Parliament is going to be serious in addressing offensive weapons and illegal guns. This country, peace-loving people, Mikola Engaya, time is up long launching this national gun amnesty. First thing me look him long, I belong all get a mama lo this la time. I belong all get a mama. I saw tears. I saw tears on their faces. Time me looking over the young black girl come close to Nasanablo grandstand there. Me looking tears na me talk. Lewa blo me and bro. And all I could say at the start of my speech was to say that I thank God because you blo ogara mamaya. You bla prayer. God am harem prayer bla you bla. And today we stand together to declare this gun amnesty on illegal guns. And today, I stand here on the floor of this Parliament and I appeal. And I appeal to all of you leaders sitting here in this chamber. All the members of Parliament, all governors, and I appeal to all the presidents, I appeal to all the ward councillors, leaders across this nation. I appeal to all churches, volunteers. I appeal to all elites and businessmen. I appeal to the ones that have been buying arms and supplying. I appeal to every one of us and every peace-loving citizen in this country. If you are a patriotic Papua New Guinean, suppose you say, love him country below you. Suppose you believe us in Papua New Guinea is a tourist destination and it's got great assets of tourism. If you believe that this country is a beautiful country and a wonderful country, if you believe that this country can be a country that enjoys peace and comfort, I appeal to every one of us to raise this voice together wherever you are, given the breadth and the length of this country, to raise our voice as one and make illegal guns our #1 enemy, and let us get rid of it. Let's get rid of it for the love of our country, for the love of our future generations. Thank you.
Honourable members, question time, you may have received time long finish. Honourable Minister elect of whenever you would pass them. You take your seat, pass them. Me make your own statement and then me allow you. All honourable members of Parliament, me now bakandi mon bla tok ya, and modai kam lo Supreme Court play me. So mami kandim lo tok, place ali right him lo ngana. So if la put him out good na me kandim. Honourable members, I present the order of the Supreme Court, SCR number 12 of 2024, between Mr. Mugua Dilu, applicant, and Mr. William Onglo, first respondent, and the Electoral Commission of Papua New Guinea, second respondent, entered and ordered on 17 March 2026 that 1. The application for review of the decision of the National Court of 6 June 2024 is upheld in part. 2. The order declaring the election of the application as null and void is quashed forthwith. 3. The order directing the second respondent to consider applying the electronic voting system in the recount of votes within 6 months of the order is quashed forthwith. 4. After making the decision on the use of electronic voting system, the order directing the second respondent to provide a detailed strategic implementation plan for the system with key milestones to be achieved with the relevant time frame to commence in September 2024 and ending September 2026 is quashed forthwith. 5th, pursuant to the preceding 2 orders, the order directing the second respondent to inform the national government in a submission to provide funding in the national budget for 2025 by 5th October 2024 is quashed forthwith. 6th, after receiving the submission from the second respondent, the order directing the national government to give priority to fund the second respondent submission and for the second respondent to report back to the National Court at the end of August, September and October 2024 in relation to the compliance of orders is quashed forthwith. 7. Pursuant to Section 212(1)(d) of the Organic Law, there shall be a recount of votes cast for the Kundiawa Gembog Open Electorate in the 2022 general elections. 8. The second respondent shall conduct the recount of votes from eliminations 19, 20, 21 and 22 of candidates Samuel Kupo, Peter Kama, Stanley N. Alphonse and Tobias Kulang. 9. The second respondent and its officials shall comprise of officials from outside Simbu and shall conduct the recount of votes under the supervision of the Registrar of the National Court or his delegate. 10.
The recount of votes shall be conducted in Goroka, Eastern Highlands Province, in order to avoid the circumstances encountered in the last election. 11. The Registrar of the National Court or his delegate shall present a report of the recount of votes duly certified by the returning officer of the recount back to the National Court within 7 days after the completion of the recount of votes. 12. The applicant shall pay the National Court's cost of the respondent to be taxed if not agreed. 13. The National Court security deposit of 5,000 kina held in the National Court trust account shall be paid to the first respondent forthwith. 14. The respondent shall pay the Supreme Court's cost of the application to be taxed if not agreed. And 15. The Supreme Court security deposit of 5,000 held in the National Court trust account shall be paid to the applicant forthwith. 16. Time for entry of this order shall be abridged to the date of settlement by the registrar, which shall take place forthwith. Court order I come long Supreme Court. Now all same the sol na clerk you black and admit him member company sa can siap lo now the Parliament. Member. Honourable Minister of Provincial Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would rise to seek leave of the Chair to respond to a series of important questions asked by the Governor of Oro, the Honourable Gary Jufa, relating to provincial government reforms in PNG.
Leave granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me commend and thank the Honourable Governor for the series of important questions that he asked yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to appreciate the concerted collective efforts of 21 governors for raising this matter of national importance for discussion, first at the conference in 2023 and recommended together with 29 other resolutions for implementation. Before I address each question individually, I wish to lay before this House a substantive backdrop, a historical and contextual framework without which any discussion of current reform efforts would be incomplete and potentially misleading. But before I do that, let me step back and acknowledge the governments in the past, the contributions of our governments since 1995 reforms up until recently, and today, the good work our government is doing in terms of delivering services, growing economy, and ensuring that our people are rich in different parts of Papua New Guinea. But the question still remains, have we done enough, or are we doing enough? Mr. Speaker, the backdrop to why provincial government reform is necessary. Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea is a nation of extraordinary complexity. We are a country of 800 different languages, 22 provinces, 374 LLGs, 6,912 wards, vast geographical barriers, deeply entrenched cultural differences, and profoundly uneven development. The question of how state organizes itself to govern these complexities, how power is distributed between Port Moresby and Feathers Village in Western Province, or Star Mountain, or remote islands in Manus, New Island, Milne Bay, or even autonomous region. It's not merely an administrative question. It is a question that deeply cuts into the heart of our national identity, our social contracts, and our very sovereignty as people. Mr. Speaker, the history of provincial governance in Papua New Guinea is a history of pendulumian swings
Since independence in 1975, this nation has oscillated between centralization and decentralization, between empowering the provinces, reining them back in, between trusting local leaders and overriding them with national authorities. Each swing has left scars. Each swing has also delivered lessons. It is from these lessons that current reform movement draws its energy and its urgency. Mr. Speaker, when Papua New Guinea became independent, a founding fathers recognized that highly centralized unitary state would not adequately serve the population so diverse and so scattered. The Organic Law and Provincial Government of 1977 established a system of elected provincial governments with their own legislatures, premiers, and executive arms. Provinces have real legislative power over a range of matters. They receive unconditional block grants from national government, and they were expected to be genuine partners in national development. For all its imperfections, this system represented a sincere attempt to bring government closer to our people. By the late 1980s, however, the system was under severe strain. Allegations of financial mismanagement were widespread. Audit report described chaotic accounting, unretired public monies, and provincial budget that bore little relationship to actual expenditures. Political conflicts between provincial premiers and their national parliamentary counterparts created governance paralysis in several provinces. Mr. Speaker, the Organic Law and Provincial Government and Local Level Government of 1995, commonly referred to as 1995 Organic Law, represent a fundamental restructuring of provincial government system. It altered the structure, integrating national members of parliament into provincial leadership and reshaping the financial and administrative arrangements between national governments, provinces, and local level governments. The separately elected provincial premiers or system was abolished. Block grants were replaced with functional grants tied to specific sectors. The legislative power of provincial governments was significantly curtailed. Local level governments were elevated to status that simultaneously given responsibility, but they lacked the capacity to carry out. Mr. Speaker, the stated rationale for 1995 reform was accountability, efficiency, and elimination of duplication between national and provincial political structures. The reality, as 3 decades of evidence now make painfully clear, by most objective measures, maternal mortality rates, school enrollment, road conditions, health facilities functionality, outcomes in many provinces today are worse than they were in the 1980s. In 1995, reforms did not resolve the problems of provincial governance. They merely reconfigured. And in doing so, they stripped provinces of every tools, financial autonomy, legislative authority, and dedicated executive leadership that they would need to address those problems themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop that current reform agenda must be understood. The call for provincial reforms are not new. They have been raised consistently by every sector of community, including public servants, politicians, even ourselves on the floor of Parliament, who have watched the promise of decentralization go unfulfilled in the last 30 years. While those reforms aim to improve coordination and accountability, Over time, many stakeholders, the governors, provincial administrators, local level governments and communities have consistently raised concerns about service delivery gaps, physical constraints, and clarity of functions across the three-tier governments. As a result, the call for reform has grown louder across the country. Mr. Speaker, at 2023 Governors' Conference held in Leh, the governors collectively approved 30 resolutions for implementation aimed at strengthening provincial governance and improving service delivery. One key resolution directed the review of existing literature, previous reform reports, relevant legislation relating to decentralization, with the intention of identifying gaps and proposing options for reform provincial government system. Mr. Speaker, in response to these concerns, a parliamentary bipartisan committee was established to specifically examine decentralization in Papua New Guinea. The committee undertook consultation and produced a report with recommendations aimed at strengthening the provincial government system, improving service delivery at subnational levels. My department has been working closely with the bipartisan committee and supporting this review process. Mr. Speaker, the report of Parliamentary Committee was presented to 2025 Governors' Conference, where it was unanimously accepted by governors. The outcomes and the recommendations have been incorporated into Cabinet submission and forwarded to National Executive Council, and I am not at liberty to discuss what is now before Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, having provided the context, I will now return to address very briefly some of the questions asked by Honourable Governor for oral. Mr. Speaker, question 1 and 2 relates to the outcome of 2025 Provincial Administrators Conference held in Port Moresby on the 28th of August 2025, which preceded Governors' Conference the next day. Primary outcome was resoundingly and unambiguously consensus among provincial governors that the current provincial government system structurally is dysfunctional. They discussed in length the bipartisan committee's report, agreed in totality, and endorsed it for presentation to governors the next day. In response to question 2, the blueprint and NEC submission timeline, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Secretary to the government was correct in characterizing the outcomes of 2025 conference as blueprint. A blueprint is not a finished building or a product. It is a precise, detailed, binding document that describes what the finished building or product must look like and provides the specification needed to construct it. That is exactly the status of conference outcomes. They represent not vague aspiration but specific, technically grounded framework for reforms. My department has condensed the blueprint into formal cabinet submission that is now before NEC for its deliberation and directions. In response to question 3, series of 30 resolutions from 2023 Governors' Conference, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Governor has asked me to table a detailed status report on each of the 30 resolutions passed at 2023 Governors' Conference. In the interest of time, I will circulate to all members the matrix of resolutions implemented and outstanding for your information. However, for 30 resolutions, 14 resolutions have been fully implemented. Notable ones are: 1, power to appoint provincial administrators from NEC to PEC. 2, provincial health authorities, PHA, to jointly report to provincial administration and National Department of Health. 3, PSIP, DSIP, LLG SIP, Ward SIP made mandatory by law. 4, LLG Special Purpose Authorities, or SPAs, accountability and governance process strengthened by removal of board members being signatories to SP accounts and constitution that has been standardized. 5, clear demarcation of functional responsibilities between levels of governments and DDAs. 6, LLG election to be conducted 30 months after the national general election, and we've started that process last year. And 7, provincial and district roads transferred to provinces, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, remaining 16 resolutions are very difficult to implement. These functions are legislated and sit under the departments and agencies who are resisting transfers, but we are in discussion. Details will be presented this year at the Governors' Conference. Question 4, proposed new provincial government system. Mr. Speaker, a report presented to the Governors' Conference outlines options for reforms for provincial government system and examines structural, administrative and fiscal arrangement under current organic law on provincial and local level government. However, as the recommendation form part of Cabinet submission currently before NEC, it will be premature for me to disclose or preempt NEC's decision. However, what can be stated is that review focuses on strengthening governance arrangement, improving coordination between national, provincial and local level governments, and enhancing service delivery across the country. Question 5, decentralization and service delivery. Mr. Speaker, one of the central issues raised during the consultation and discussion with provincial administrators and governors is the need to ensure that decentralization is accompanied by adequate financial, administrative, and human resources. There is a strong consensus that responsibilities transferred to provinces must be matched with appropriate funding, institutional capacity that provinces can effectively deliver services in the critical sectors such as health, education, infrastructure, law and order, so on and so forth. The specific policy mechanism addressing this matter form part of Cabinet submission currently before NEC. Question 6, block grants and financial autonomy. Mr. Speaker, governors and provincial leaders have consistently expressed need for greater financial flexibility for provinces, including discussions around block grant arrangement. These views were captured during the consultation and reflected in the review process. Question 7, amendments to IGRFA Act. Mr. Speaker, the review of Intergovernment Relation Finance Arrangement, or IGRFA Act, is currently underway with view to amending relevant provisions to strengthening the physical framework governing relations between national government and subnational governments. This review is examining how provinces can be granted greater discretions over their internal revenue and grant allocations, consistent with the broader objective of strengthening decentralization and improving service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to this cause, while ensuring that any reforms to financial arrangement maintain strong standards of accountability, transparency, and effective financial management across all levels of government. Question 8, consideration of pre-1995 elements. Mr. Speaker, during the consultation, there has been discussions among provincial leaders regarding lessons from the pre-1995 provincial government reforms, particularly in relation to provincial autonomy and legislative autonomy. The review process has considered this historical experience to identify useful lessons for strengthening governance and service delivery under the current decentralized framework. The extent to which element may be informed in the future reforms remains subject to NEC decision. Question 9, possible reintroduction of provincial or premier system. Mr. Speaker, the proposal to reintroduce a separate elected provincial premier has been raised by some provincial leaders during the consultation on the governance reforms. This proposal formed part of the broader discussion on possible governance structures. However, the government cannot preempt NEC deliberation on such institutional matters until Cabinet submission has been properly considered. Question 10, implementation and legislative roadmap. Mr. Speaker, reforms to organic law and provincial and local government involve significant constitutional and institutional consideration and require careful consultation and consensus. At present, the Cabinet submission incorporating outcomes of Governors' Conference, the report of Parliamentary Bipartisan Committee, and consultation supported by provincial and local level department is before the National Executive Council. Once NEC has deliberated and provided policy direction, the government will then determine the appropriate legislative pathway, including whether amendments to organic law could be brought before the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have spoken at length to try to provide some answers to Governor Oro, the Honourable Gary Jufa's questions, because the subject demands it. Provincial governance reform in Papua New Guinea is not bureaucratic exercise in restructuring. It is a matter of whether the state can genuinely deliver onto its citizens. Whether a child born in rural village has access to health services, whether a child can access quality education, whether a road that connects communities to markets and services are maintained, and whether institutional government are responsive to the people they meant to serve. 3 decades of evidence suggests to us that current system is not delivering on those obligations. The message from across the country, from governors, provincial administrators, local level governments, business houses, and community is clear. There is a strong call to review, strengthen the provincial government system in order to improve governance and service delivery. The government is carefully considering these issues through proper NEC process, and this House will be informed the next step once the National Executive Council has made its deliberations. Mr. Speaker, let me thank each and every one of you for listening to this very lengthy presentation. God bless us all. God bless Papua New Guinea.
Dealer of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Leave granted. Leave granted, Mr. Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that some of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notices number 167, 168, and 204, government business, and notice number 199, private business, being called on forthwith.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 167, Minister for Trade and International Investment.
Minister for Trade and International Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Measures Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act A to give effect in Papua New Guinea 1 to the provisions of Article Roman 6 and Roman 16 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade 1994 and 2 to the Agreement on the implementation of Article Roman 6 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and 3 to the Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures. B, to implement the national trade policy of Papua New Guinea, which establishes mechanisms and procedures to curb dumping or subsidies that are causing or threatening to cause material injury to the domestic industry of like products, or materially retarding the establishment of such an industry to be counteracted. And C, to protect the interests of Papua New Guinea by preserving domestic production, jobs, investment, and wealth creation. And D, to foster the competitiveness and modernization of Papua New Guinea's industry and to maintain a stable environment for businesses and fair competition and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Mr. Minister, you may make your speech.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm humbled by this opportunity to present to this Honourable House two bills on trade defence measures. The first time this country will have such legislation after 50 years. The first is called the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Measures Bill 2026, to be followed by the second, which is the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, the two bills are complementary in nature and are commonly referred as trade defence measures in the area of international trade. Both bills will be an important addition to our existing international trade, the policy tools to protect and steer our economy amidst the uncertain global trading environment we live in today. Mr. Speaker, before I go on with the rest of my statement, let me, for the sake of Parliament, just explain that these bills are about unfair trade practices which will affect our manufacturing sector in Papua New Guinea. The first issue is dumping, that this Act will now deal with, or bill will deal with. Dumping is when goods from other countries arrive and are sold very, very cheaply. For example, if a biscuit is sold here at Trikina by our local manufacturing industry, and we have an import where the biscuit is sold here at 1 kina 50. This is called dumping. And then you investigate the country that's exporting the biscuit, and you find in their own country they sell the same biscuit for 3 kina. This is going to harm our industry and could even lead to the closure of our manufacturing sector. This is what we call dumping. Very cheap imports. And imports that arrive, our manufacturing sector can't compete because the prices are even lower than our cost to produce in Papua New Guinea. When we talk about countervailing measures, we are talking about countries subsidizing their industries to export to this country at a lower cost than we can manufacture. For example, they give fuel subsidies. And safeguard measures is talking about how do we protect local industries when we have a major influx of one particular product that our manufacturing sector can't deal with. It's low cost and large volumes are coming into the country. Mr. Speaker, the multilateral nature of the global trading environment has accelerated the process of economic integration. As a responsible government, the Marape Rosso government is doing everything we can to support our local industries and SMEs to participate in global supply chains, as well as attract more investments, especially into our economic zones, to encourage downstream processing and value adding of our resources. As a country dependent on international trade, we cannot avoid being exposed to the challenges of the global trading environment. As such, it is important that trade in which we participate in must be fair and equitable. Mr. Speaker, an open economy like ours brings with it opportunities and challenges to our SMEs and local industries. One of our main challenges is how to maintain an open, fair, and equitable trade investment regime, while at the same time working to make sure that the interests of our local industries, workers and consumers is protected from unfair trade practices that can cause injury to our infant and domestic industries, resulting in closure of businesses, loss of jobs and revenue. Mr. Speaker, in line with this, I'm happy to present to this Honourable House, firstly, the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Measures Bill 2026 for discussion and adoption to deal with what I have mentioned. Mr. Speaker, several claims have been made by our local manufacturing industries that foreign suppliers are now selling products much cheaper in PNG than our own markets can.
Mr. Minister, we have a point of order. Honourable member, what's your point of order?
But since this notice was given on the 3rd of September 2025, we don't have copies. So perhaps this is an issue, Speaker, yourself has to address. We keep on raising these issues. Maybe we should have an internet system, so we just dial up the proposed bill and all of us have it in front of us. So we are just listening to the speech and the bill is not with us because it was delivered in September 2025. Thank you.
Honourable Member Blabao, I think your point of order is in order. And talk me through bill yumi circulated on 2nd of September last year na passing bill yumi and bloody time yumi putting on paper na isam na time yumi kam lo kind time also time minister like presenting bill yumi find him hard lo understand him laga so emi accepting this la point of order na me just like to also by minister may continue his presentation of the bill. But all workman of Parliament to make sure that time bill will come to floor. The next time the members should have it before the bill comes in. You must make sure this like come or informing all members that this bill is coming in this time, so that they know what the minister is presenting. Bill. But for now, I will allow the minister to present the bill. Mr. Minister, you may continue your bill presentation.
Mr. Speaker, several claims have been made by our local manufacturing industries that foreign suppliers were selling products at prices much lower than their cost of production. This practice is commonly referred to as dumping, where the intent of the foreign supplier is to remove competition by driving down prices with the overall objective of capturing market share and achieving a monopoly status in our domestic economy. We have one of our homegrown and successful local manufacturing firm recently conceding to the effect of international price discrimination and is currently struggling to survive. I am referring to the Lay Biscuits company. Like Lay Biscuit, many of our small manufacturing and local industries are struggling to compete with the influx and surge of competitive products in large volumes. Mr. Speaker, therefore, as a responsible government and under my ministry, we are taking firm action to deal with these challenges and threats that are affecting the domestic manufacturing industry. Mr. Speaker, the issue of dumping in this connection is not to do with standards, health or biosecurity. Dumping here refers to a situation where a foreign manufacturer exports or a PNG importer sells a product in PNG at a price much lower than normal prices on our shelves, compared to the original market, with an injuring effect to the local producer of a similar product. This situation is known as international price discrimination, which has a negative effect on our local industries and jobs. This can occur as a result of overproduction in the supplying market due to the companies being subsidized and therefore are sold at a cheaper price to get rid of them, with the consequential effect of creating an unfair and injurious impact on our local domestic industry. Mr. Speaker, with the above being said, it is my pleasure to introduce the first of the two bills intended to deal with the issues above. The bill is entitled Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Bill 2026. This bill will allow us to offset unfair and illegal subsidies granted on the imports that are entering our markets, making it harder for our domestic producers to compete with these products, which could result in local firms and businesses being pushed out of the market and thus affecting thousands of jobs and increasing unemployment in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Bill provides for our government to establish an investigative process to demonstrate that dumping or subsidization are occurring. To demonstrate that there is injury or likely threat of injury to our domestic industry, and to prove causation, which is to demonstrate that the unfair trade practice is the cause of injury. Mr. Speaker, the administrative aspects of the bill sets out procedures and the mechanism to determine the above substantive conditions, including establishing an investigation team of key technical experts from key agencies, collection of data and information, including physical inspection to confirm the injury, and finally, providing an outcome report to government with recommendations on what actions the government should take. Mr. Speaker, the adoption of this legislation will strengthen the functions and operations of the National Trade Act 2023 and support the implementation of our government's major economic policies, including supporting the National Trade Policy 2027 to 2032, the Special Economic Zone Policy, the Manufacturing Master Plan, and other strategic policy interventions to support grow the local economy through increased participation of our people in downstream processing and valuating of our resources, which are fully supported and promoted under my ministry. Mr. Speaker, the bill is consistent with our international trade commitments and best practice to deal with a potential threat or injury to local manufacturing industries and support SMEs and their development against unfair treatment from external competitors. Mr. Speaker, the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Measures Bill by itself will not be complete as it will require complementary legislation to implement it. As such, Mr. Speaker, with your consent, I will now proceed with the introduction of the second bill entitled Safeguard Measures Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026 complements the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Bill 2026 by providing clear process and option for government to use through the use of tariffs and quotas under the Customs Act when there is an influx or an absence of imports that causes injury to our local industry or threatens to do so. Mr. Speaker, the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026 will set required conditions that need to be met through an investigative process. These conditions are: A, firstly, to demonstrate that there is indeed an influx of imports entering our markets, and secondly, to determine that there is injury or likely threat of injury to our domestic manufacturing sector. As such, Mr. Speaker, the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026 will set out procedures and the mechanisms to determine the above substantive conditions, which includes establishing an investigative team of key technical experts from key agencies, collect the relevant data and information, including the physical inspection to confirm the uptake in imports, the injury or the threat of injury, and finally, providing an outcome report with recommendations to the government for remedial action. Mr. Speaker, the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026 will set a clear process for the government to follow to address cases in a manner and practice consistent with our international trade commitments and obligations, including our trade commitment to the World Trade Organization under the UN and our existing trade agreements. Mr. Speaker, as a complementary legislation, the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026 is a critical tool in strengthening our overall trade policy posture. It is also an essential chapter in the trade agreements that we have entered into. Therefore, having it legislated makes it easier to progress some of our planned free trade agreements and comprehensive economic partnership agreements with other countries. With these comments, Mr. Speaker, I now comment both the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Measures Bill 2026 and its complementary bill, the Safeguard Measures Bill 2026, to this Honourable House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the question we now Honorable Governor, we have another opportunity for debate, so we will put a question. So the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clark.
Second reading. A bill for an Act 8 to give effect in Papua New Guinea. 1, to the provisions of Article Roman 6 and Roman 16 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade 1994, and 2, to the agreement on the implementations of Article Roman 6 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and 3, to the agreements on subsidies and countervailing measures. B, to implement the national trade policy of Papua New Guinea, which establishes mechanisms and procedures to curb dumping or subsidies that are causing or threatening to cause material injury to the domestic industry of like products or materially retarding the establishment of such an industry to be counteracted. And C, to protect the interests of Papua New Guinea by preserving domestic production, jobs, investment, and wealth creation. And D, to foster the competitiveness and modernization of Papua New Guinea's industry and to maintain a stable environment for business and fair competition and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General dated 9th September 2025 recommending the imposition of fees in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition. Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill is now read a third time.
Honourable Governor is speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me congratulate the Minister for bringing these two important bills. I think it goes without saying that most of us on this floor will support the bill simply because support for our manufacturing sector, even though small, and Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we recognize that Papua New Guinea does not manufacture too many products. You've got biscuits, noodles, maybe paint, some plastics, and perhaps cement and tin fish and ox and palm, canned meat. So we have a very small manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker. It's important that they be protected. And these laws will give effect to that. But I think what our manufacturers need more than just protection from dumping is they need cheaper inputs, Mr. Speaker. And by that I mean like they need reliable power. The good minister mentioned Lay Biscuit. If you talk to the owner, you will find that Lay Biscuit Company actually runs its own generators to produce its own power in Lay, our second largest city, so that they can make biscuits and noodles, Mr. Speaker. So the countries that are dumping here, for instance, Chinese manufacturing or Malaysian manufacturers, they don't have issues with power, Mr. Speaker. And not only that, their power is cheaper than ours. Now, they already have significant advantages when it comes to manufacturing in their own countries. And therefore, they have excess product that they can ship not just to our country, but to many other countries who have inefficient inputs into their production capacity, Mr. Speaker. Not only is our power expensive, we have expensive transport infrastructure, so our supply chains are very expensive, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to urge the government and the minister to take a look at some of the other things that are making it difficult for our local manufacturers to not only compete, but perhaps if they can have excess production, they can also be exporting in the future, Mr. Speaker. So beyond just making the law, which I'm sure we will all be happy to pass, I certainly am happy to support the bill because I think it's important for our manufacturing sector. But I think beyond just the protection, I think we need to be looking at many of the other things that place significant challenges in front of our very small manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker. And that is critical. Otherwise, the law that we are passing is simply tokenism. Even things like some of the inputs, if they are importing, for example, I think Prima is making sausages, and they import a lot of that from Australia. Now, if we have duty on those meats that they are bringing in to make sausages, then obviously that makes their production much more expensive. And given that they are targeted towards our local market, any such duties, any taxes and levies on the inputs, whether it be flour, whether it be shortening, whether it be meat imports that they need to put in, all of that gets passed to our people. And I think that's another thing that Treasury needs to consider. And we need a clear policy on this, how we support our manufacturing sector. So we've got to move beyond just passing the laws. We've got to look at policy. We've got to look at policy that is holistic, policy that looks after our manufacturers, and policy that looks to reducing the cost of products that are available to our local people, Mr. Speaker. Another thing that we need to look at, Mr. Speaker, for example, cooking oil. Now, we know we've got significant production of palm oil in Papua New Guinea, and a small amount of that is used internally, and I think companies like KK Kingston and others, they pick up this palm oil from the production in Papua New Guinea, and then they make it available to our local people. Now, we are paying world market prices for that, Mr. Speaker. There should be some incentive from government that causes some of this local production to be available cheaper so that our people can get the benefit of this, Mr. Speaker. If you look at Indonesia, for example, Indonesia is the largest producer of palm oil in the world. Now, 50% of their production is kept in country. They don't export it, Mr. Speaker. They use it to produce cheap biofuel, and they also use it to produce cheap cooking oil and other products that they use in baking and manufacturing and so on and so forth, Mr. Speaker. We don't have a similar policy here. So again, I want to ask the government to take a look at this. If it's through the Ministry of the Good Minister, Honorable Richard Maru, that is fine. But we've got to take a look at what is making it difficult for our local manufacturing companies. One, to be successful in country, and two, to provide them the platform upon which hopefully they can start exporting and competing on even footing with others in the global market. Those are my contributions, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the time.
To all member belong. Kiriwina.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me too, me like participate lo this debate. Na me like talk some me like supporting this bill that was presented by the minister this morning. Me like talk awesome. This bill is timely in that, Mr. Speaker, we, as a nation, is part of the World Trade Organization. Now, you may like trade, you may like import, export. We must also comply with certain standards. Now, this bill today comes into compliance with the WTO requirements. me like participate in this debate. I do agree with Governor West Isipik in his contributions to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, wampla milukim wampla slackness blow agencies blow me is the policing of this bill. Plenty time, you me sabe, all countries out there, especially in the Asian nations, all looking appetite blow country blow me, hunger blow Papua New Guinea. Now, today, as we bring this anti-dumping and countervailing bill, it brings some protection. Lo plenty hunger blow me, blow materials inside lo construction. Hunger blow me, lo kai more westernized kai. Now looking this now using this opportunity, lo bringing plenty or substandard materials, substandard kai na dumping inside the country blow me. Now, Mr. Speaker, whilst we talk about anti-dumping, na countervailing measures, lo protecting country blaming, protecting or people blaming, we must also know that out there is mass production going on. Mass production law, all items in the building industry. Mass production law kai, where you me looking me shelves that we do not see in the past. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I participate in this debate, the world needs more food. The world needs more materials. Now, Mr. Speaker, me like giving one little example, that's all, na by me finish. Very recently, some or builders or go a certain supplier of materials here Port Moresby. Or go because all like buying standard, international standard or PNG standard of materials. When I say standard, there are certain requirements of lengths. Now time will go, low counter, this supplier I'm talking, me plus supply him 6 meters of this. So I'll buy him based on design. That's what time I'll kiss him this material go or utilize him this material. Or find out some this material, meet him this required standard. Now whose side? By me blame him. By me blame him, this supplier who side kiss him this material come inside the country in Salim. Or by me blame him, all agencies blame me, who said allow him this material lo come, lo counters lo Salim come lo all consumers blame me. Mr. Speaker, me like talk also. Whilst we want to bring this bill which will protect our consumers and our citizens, it is also our duty and responsibility to police the current laws that we already have. Some of the buildings that you have in the country today that were built in the 70s, in the 80s, still stand the test of time. Some of the buildings, all buildings, as the Tasol, have either caught fires, or termites have destroyed them, or weather have destroyed them. They do not stand time. And why? Because standards blame me stop. That's all. The policing of those standards needs our agencies to rise up, to stand up, and begin to say, no, God, this law am counterfeit material come inside the country. This law am no meeting requirements blow me the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to contribute by saying that policing needs to be upgraded. Law you may get finished. Now this bill today comes to assist the country, to support the country, law meeting requirements, law
WTO. Mr. Speaker, we can also blame ourselves and government agencies for our slackness, where you may not encouraging domestic products, domestic production. Plenty time you may talk downstream processing inside the country. Now you may kiss him, you may order him yet come. You may go to building sites, you may find him or use him plywood that is coming overseas. That is cheap, but it does not meet standards. What about we encourage production inside law country, believe me? We have the raw materials, Mr. Speaker, to produce the very products that we bring in. One time, but you mean serious. When can we be serious about ourselves and begin to make things happen right here? So that you can carry more counterfeit materials come inside. So that you can carry cheap stuff that comes into our country, dumped into our country and sold at very high prices. You may kill him, you may. Price block plywood inside the country. For example, Mr. Speaker, you go buy him local producer, blame me, you buy him 4 mil ply at 32 kina. Or carry him come overseas, you buy him 18 kina. That's the time you put him on top. Tomorrow taso, termite kai. Tomorrow taso, warabagarapin. So how do we stop this dumping of counterfeit material, cheap materials in our country and begin to support our local producers? Mr. Speaker, Milusi Mosem, Milaktok, thank you, Lord, this opportunity to debate on this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Member Losina Sina Yangamul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me too, I'm a Muslim minister and bring him good bill come. Lo strong him, build him na strong him economy blow you me. So me, behind him example blow, Governor blow, is speak, me blow to buy, support him. This bill. But as we are embarking on this debate about supporting his initiative and passing these two bills, we should also extend our debate to the wider action on the part of government needed to build a bigger and better economy, especially if we are to achieve the 200 billion kina economy that the Prime Minister talks about from time to time, and generally growing a bigger economy, we need a whole-of-government approach. So what the Minister is doing here, he's doing his part to introduce two bills that will help strengthen our economy in the sector that he is responsible for. But what is needed is not just an initiative from the Minister for International Trade and Investment, but it needs a whole-of-government approach. The whole of government, and I would seriously recommend to the Prime Minister that he set up a committee consisting of all relevant departments to look at this issue and streamline doing business in this Papua New Guinea, especially where regulation is concerned. Streamline it so that business are able to come in and in the shortest possible period of time, get into business, generate revenue, pay their taxes, provide employment, and all these things that contribute to nation building. So a whole of government action is needed rather than piecemeal action from one minister now and the next minister 1 year later and another in 2 years' time and so on and so forth. We need to focus on this by a bipartisan committee, maybe including us in opposition as well. Let us look at unbundling all the obstacles to doing business in Papua New Guinea at the moment. And our focus should focus on things like visas. Why don't we look at making sure visas are given in the shortest possible period of time, or even visa on arrival, however they do it elsewhere in the world. Let's look at how they do it. Let's do visa on arrival and process it within 20 minutes at the airport or at any point of entry, and businessmen come in. So we should remove all obstacles at the point of entry, which is for immigration people to administer to think about. Work permitting. Work permitting also has to be streamlined, and any applications made must be granted in the shortest possible period of time. Not 2 months, not 3 months, not 5 months. So when people apply for work permits, we've had these debates many, many times over. Still things haven't improved yet as we now speak, Mr. Speaker. So work permitting systems needed to be improved. Then the operations of the register of companies. Nearly everybody that comes in here to do business, or the local business people, they do business to the register of companies. They register a company, issue a certificate of incorporation, they get into business from time to time, they update their shareholding, directors, all these things, and maybe once in a while the general public want to do company sets, etc. There was a time when you could access these things pretty quickly, but the services eroded, especially company sets. You can't do it online anymore. For a short while you could do it about 2 years back. Since then they shut it down and it's inoperable, so you can't know the status of an operating company, its shareholders, its directors, the credibility of the people behind the business, the official makeup, all these things. You can't certify it for yourself before you do business with them. So register of companies needed to pick up on its game. Department of Lands, all land transactions, when you create an interest in a land, it has to go through the lands department and secure ministerial approval. That process normally takes a lot of time too, several months, slows down transactions. These days, land transactions everywhere in the world are done within 7 days. Why don't we modernize ourselves and streamline the procedures at the lands department? Mortgages are approved, sales contracts are approved, any transaction involving land is approved within 7 days rather than 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. It's not working for business houses. The other is agency that's responsible for permitting and approvals is the physical planning department, wherever it exists. In NCDC, we do have a vibrant physical planning, but their procedures are also slow and cumbersome. That needed to be improved so that approvals are given as quickly as possible. Approve or reject, do it. Do it quickly. Get to the point of decision quickly. And people know where they stand. And if they need to take it up on appeal later, then they can do so quickly, but don't stifle it at the processing point at the fiscal planning board level. Then you have the building board. Likewise, between the fiscal planning board and the building board, they are responsible for licensing and permitting constructions of building worth hundreds of millions or even billions. When they slow it down, investors take their money to other destinations in the world. But if permitting is up to date, they streamline it and grant approvals quickly, we will see growth of building industry, businesses that operate in it, payment of tax, provision of employment, all these things, snowballing benefits that can happen in our country. So what the minister is doing is right, but it's in one corner of the whole of the economy. So we want to see an improvement, that all of government approach, set up a committee, let us take some serious steps to build our economy by setting up a team of people who will look at all the departments that are responsible for regulating business and streamlining it and making sure that approvals are given in the shortest possible time so that business do what they are best good at doing, generating revenue, providing employment, paying taxes. So I support the minister's initiative. It's a good initiative, but we need a wider approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Governor.
Yeah, me too like contribute law. It's a very important bill. Not just add in some thinking lo me yet. Me understand also me play no been got anti-dumping laws before, so it good also me play introduce him new anti-dumping law come inside. I commend the minister for his tremendous efforts in this area. And I want to just suggest that whilst we are introducing these laws, we need to look at the consumers as well and the protection of our consumers from dangerous, hazardous goods that are being or that are allowed to flood our economy. And I want to make mention of a particular organization, the Consumer Affairs Council, that was created some time ago, and it was created to protect Papua New Guinean consumers. And it was a very active office operating out of Morocco, I remember. And everyone and anyone knew where this office was. They could go and lodge their complaint if they felt that they were cheated in a shop. They were sold an item that was inferior or of low quality. They could go and report it to the Consumer Affairs Council, and there was an army of inspectors, not only in Port Moresby but throughout the country, and they would go and carry out inspections, and they would find these companies, and they would sometimes confiscate these items from the shelves. They often worked hand in hand with customs to do this. Somewhere along the way, the Consumer Affairs Council was absorbed into another organization called the ICCC. And then this organization now focuses on protecting big business and has forgotten about the consumers. We don't even know where it is. Does anyone here know where the ICCC office is located? Exactly. The general public don't know. Where do they lodge their complaints about inferior goods or hazardous, dangerous household goods that they purchase and causes harm to them or their children? And this is the issue that I wanted to discuss here, that organization needs to be looked at, the ICCC, so that the function that it used to perform when it was the CAC must be brought back so it can protect our consumers, our ordinary Papua New Guineans. These anti-dumping laws will protect our businesses, and that's a great thing. That's wonderful. We need to protect our businesses. They are at a significant disadvantage when they try to compete with businesses in other countries where their manufacturing costs are significantly lower. And from this I will discuss the two other issues that I feel are very important here. The cost of production. This is why the other countries have a significant advantage, and then they over-manufacture. They have too many items that they have available in the economy, and they can dump them in our economy. That's what the word anti-dumping is, or that's what the term means or refers to. The cost of manufacturing is quite significant in this country, and there are a number of them, but the two that I've chosen to discuss are fuel and security. It's amazing that in this country, where we produce oil and gas, we pay the same prices as other countries that don't produce oil and gas. But if you look at other economies where they do produce oil and gas, they subsidize this cost significantly. And therefore, they reduce the cost of manufacturing in their economies, and therefore they are able to produce per unit cheaper goods, and therefore are able to export them everywhere in the world. Now, our manufacturing industries here are at a significant disadvantage because their fuel costs are quite high. And then you add to that the security costs. We have some of the highest security costs in the region, possibly the world. So if we address these two areas, we will reduce the cost of manufacturing, and it will greatly assist our manufacturers as well as the anti-dumping laws that the good minister is bringing here for us to debate and eventually pass. The other matter which I wanted to add is enforcement. We do a great job of passing laws, but enforcement, that's the part that we really need to step up. We need inspectors out there. We need investigators out there. We need prosecution of those who do not follow our laws or respect our laws. And one area I would like to add here is the IPA, and I've said this a number of times. IPA, that organization does not seem to have an enforcement mechanism within that organization. There are people who come here, register a company to do something, say in Ley, all of a sudden they are doing something else in Bougainville, completely unrelated to the business that they were registering. And the IPA does nothing about that. It takes no action against those type of companies. Our gates are wide open for anyone to come in here and do basically any type of business they choose to. So with these anti-dumping laws, are we going to enforce these laws? Who's going to enforce the laws? Is it IPA, Customs, IRC, all of them? And I agree with the member for Sinasina. We need a organization, a think tank of some sort, or a committee of some sort that can look at all these issues and say these are the issues that need to be addressed so that we can successfully protect our manufacturers and our consumers. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to urge the government to seriously consider putting together a team of experts, technocrats, and we have a number of them, Papua New Guineans who are working all over the world, very highly qualified, working for international organizations or governments. They're economists, lawyers, accountants, whatnot, and they're experts in trade. We could bring these type of people back, and they could form an organization, or they could be part of an organization that reviews all trade agreements that are brought before us. Many of these trade agreements are unfair trade agreements. They're skewed in the favor of the large developed nations, and very much to the detriment of the developing nations. The developed nations will always see us as a source of raw resources, and they would like to keep it that way. And they structure their trade agreements for the benefit of their large companies, their country, their economy. Not for us. It's up to us to screen these trade agreements and determine whether they are in any way, shape or form good for us. And then we can say this is not good for us, and we can reject that which is not good for us. We can also say this is what we would like. That's what trade agreements are supposed to be about. But trade agreements are not negotiated well in this country. One, there's no particular body that's responsible. We have several organizations trying to contribute to it. And when we travel to another country for some forum or some meeting to engage in a trade agreement, I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, I've been at these meetings, trade agreement country positions are often formed in the bar of that country instead of here in this country. That happens often because there's no coordinating mechanism. We need something like that. We need to protect our economy, allow it to grow. It's a very fledgling juvenile economy. It has not yet gotten up on its feet to be competitive in the region or in the world. And we're not doing a great job of it. So this committee that the Honourable Member for Sinasina Yongabul suggested, that committee could look at, say, for instance, do a diagnostic of all these responsible organizations and see what's missing, what are the gaps, and then create the means by which they can be effective in carrying out their duties in protecting our country, our economy, our manufacturers, our consumers, and thus our future. The other issue that I wanted to just make mention of is how we have to look at creating a level field, playing field. That's what's important here. How do we create a level playing field, but for our companies meaning those companies that are Papua New Guinean companies. How do we do this so that they have a comparative advantage against those that are coming into trade in this country? How do we do that? I'm sure the good minister has some ideas, and he's probably got a team of people working on this already, but I would suggest that that's another element of the anti-dumping laws that probably should be incorporated, or amendments made, etc., etc. Those, Mr. Speaker, are just my very brief comments on this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very, very short on 2 points only. Congratulations to the Honourable Minister for bringing this bill. Our experience, Mr. Speaker, the thicker the bill, the more complicated and difficult it's going to be administered. This bill has 18 parts and 110 sections. And I had a privilege of complaining, and I got a copy of the bill. This is one of the thickest bills I have ever seen. And therefore, the challenge to the Honourable Minister is, and to the country is, because there is an immediate need for the country to take action. I wonder how long it's going to take for the organization to organize itself with the various key agencies of state to make sure that this bill is policed and administered at the fastest possible time. So I'm calling for the Minister to, over time, look at it and simplify the bill. It's too thick and too many sections, but the gist is we will support it. On the second argument of the thickness of the bill is Section 110 includes the regulations component. And I want all of us to look at this 110, the regulations. And this will basically disclose the point that I am making, that the thicker the bill, the more difficult it's going to be understood, and therefore more difficult it's going to be administered. Look at the proposed regulations that may be made on this bill, and also it takes months and years to bring the regulation to make the bill, the law, the enacted law effective. Now look at the regulations that may be made. Number A, to prescribe the time periods of any action to be taken under this Act, to provide for extension of time for any action, to provide for and form and content of notices, to provide for the procedure of investigation, to provide for any fee charged, to provide for the forms undertaken which may be accepted by the Minister, to provide for all other matters. Plenty something and by kissing time here. So my challenge to the Honourable Minister is, I hope the regulations also have been worked on by the team that drafted this bill. Because the thicker the bill, the longer it will take for the regulations to be enforced, and therefore our intention to address this important issue will take time, and maybe 2 or 3 years' time we will be complaining again about the inaction of this bill. The second and last point. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that this Parliament passed in 1992 the bill called the NISIT Act, National Institute of Standards and Industrial Technology, NISIT. NISIT was established like the Consumer Affairs and now ICCC to provide, to promote and guard the growth of industries in this country. I have no idea where the office is, and I have no idea that who is the minister responsible for NISIT. And I'm calling on, through you, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister, to get the minister responsible, because this bill and the NISIT powers and functions are similar. May I remind this Honourable House that the objective of NISIT that we established in 1992 was to guard the country against unsafe and substandard products, like all those that are dumping that we are talking about, to make sure that the country has quality products and services, and to support industry efficiency and productivity. I strongly recommend through this debate, I will support the bill, but I strongly recommend that these other agencies that the state has established to protect the country. So many times, executive governments always interfere or downplay or poorly resource this important. Some time ago, I walked into one of the shops and bought a shoe for my boo-boo. And we wear it same day and broke. I also had a complaint of a mother buying a bicycle for the first birthday of her child. Time picking it up, bicycle put down. where are the watchers of the standards of products in our country? Similar that the minister is trying to ask the parliament for us to support that so that we don't get dumping not only in food products, but medicines, bicycles, trousers, etc., etc. What kind of standards do we have? Do we have standards in this country for these products? I don't think we have. And so the more laws we produce, the thicker they are, the more confused we are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Me question before the companies, but we'll give him this opportunity, just one more opportunity to the honorable member from Kunio Agambok, and we come inside now so we can debate. Now, by you put him question before.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Long. Give him time long, all people long, Kunio Agambok. Long, talk on the floor. After 2 years, judiciary deny him rights to Mibla Lokam. Representing Mibla yet in the floor. But one time, Grace Mongod, Mila talk thank you long him. When Mibla come back, and now, the tell on the floor, all people belong Kunio Agambok, he represented. Mila join in debate, long this bill. Commending Minister of International Trade. It's a very long overdue bill where you mean need long banishing economy long you mean. Guardian where you mean guardians a long country, you mean must banish him. And this law, I mean one blah blah all this law, all bills. Many more bills that we need to pass on this floor. But this law one very critical bill where plenty all outside imports all come inside, and also put in unfair competition one time, domestic industries, believe me. And they make it really, really hard for us. So we lose out on jobs and taxes, employment. Namila commended me, Minister, one time, hardworking team long, you long, bring him this law, barely come. One time this law, and me like, talk of them, you mean need long, seriously, look, domestically. You may have views from Manufacturing Council all the time. Also, I talk of them. Cost of doing business in this country is very high. Utilities. For how long will we talk about bringing the cost of utilities down in this country? Since 1975, 10 years ago, Amasla, 50 years ago, now we come. You may talk long current cost, long utility come down. And over the time here, reform will come up. Reform will come up. By key indicators, still the cost of doing business in this country is very high. Power is very high. Water utility is high. Land rental is high. On top of that, you have to pay insurance. Your insurance premiums. And then you need low security too. So, all locals, you mean it's a long country. You mean Auckland carriage more long. I see me number but. These are challenges, inherent structural challenges inside long country long you mean. So you may need long, look long. Seriously, look long or less is. So I mean you must split him, you must split him. Look long, review him, roll long KCH, what are they doing? If they haven't brought down the cost of utilities, we need to review what is KCH doing. We need to do that. It's about time. Okay, now me like talk long. Plenty time you may read him or reports from financial institutions like the Bank of Papua New Guinea, BSP, #1 Super, all over declaring profit. That doesn't necessarily mean that the economy is growing. But it's all of statements don't also talk. There is high liquidity in our domestic financial system. This is like many money. Plenty money available to give credit, but all money no apply to give credit. So what did they do with these excess funds? They venture into lazy investments, like buy more government bonds, invest all stocks about. All investments where have no credit employment. There's less multiplier effect. So, why are we working on this decision? Let's not invest in agriculture or productive sectors of the economy that we talk about. Why? Because the cost of doing business is very, very high. So this is when we have all these outside imports coming in, they put unfair competition on us. So me like Sabotim, we need to seriously look at this issue in a holistic manner. Bring all the interagencies together, ministries and departments together, and let's review what are the challenges and how we can provide conducive environment for our economy to thrive. Narla, very important something too, this is the Foreign Investment Review Board. Where is it now? You must carry this law. You must Google Foreign Investment Review Board. Because all opportunities will come starting security company, all login taga box, all login business where you probably working long and all working staff. So where is it? Minister, I'm meeting also Foreign Investment Review Board. You must come inside. So you must filter him. One of the investments coming to the country now, one of the business and industry and sectors all like invest long. So you must protect him or locals, SME, na kind something also. What time Islam, we like talk also. You may seriously need to look. Because law, economics also at the production possibility curve. Since 1975, you may walk long, come up with a kind of government policy, intervention about income, but the challenge for a government is we need to shift the production possibility curve further. Otherwise, you miss production possibility curve tabet now. Whatever we do, we are still operating within the production possibility curve, and there's no growth. That's where we'll struggle to provide employment for our youths. Tax revenue being low, and all these issues. But thank you, Mr. Minister. Me commend Mr. Bill, and me bless sharing really thinking law. You can work from one time and take a holistic approach to this thing. Thank you.
The question is the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. Honourable members, the result of the votes, the ayes 86 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an Act 8 to give effect in Papua New Guinea 1 to the provisions of Article Roman 6 and Roman 16 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, 1994, and 2, to the agreement on the implementation of Article Roman 6 of the General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade, and 3, to the agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. B, to implement the national trade policy of Papua New Guinea, which establishes mechanisms and procedures to cap dumping or subsidies that are causing or threatening to cause material injury to the domestic industry of like products or materially retarding establishment of such an industry to be counteracted. And C, to protect the interests of Papua New Guinea by preserving domestic production, jobs, investment, and wealth creation. And D, to foster the competitiveness and modernization of Papua New Guinea's industry and to maintain a stable environment for business and fair competition and for related purposes.
Mr. Clark.
Notice number 168, Minister for Trade and International Investment.
Minister for Trade and International Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Safeguard Measures Bill 2025.
Mr. Clark.
First reading, a bill for an Act A to give effect to Article Roman 9 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade 1994 and the World Trade Organization Agreement on Safeguards, and B, to ensure the effective implementation of the national trade policy of Papua New Guinea, and C, to establish mechanisms and procedures to counteract serious injury caused or to affect the domestic industry, which may increase imports of like or directly competitive products, and D, to facilitate the adjustment by the domestic industry to increase competition from increased imports, and E, to protect Papua New Guinea public interest by contributing towards the preservation of domestic production, jobs, investment, and wealth creation, and F, to foster the competitiveness and modernization of Papua New Guinea's industry, and G, to create a stable environment for business and fair competition and for related purposes.
Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill is now read a second time.
Make a speech. Honourable Minister, I'm speechfully walking finish.
Yes.
I'm now. You talk about some no walking finish one time number one speech here, so.
Mr. Speaker, my speech was merged into one speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the question be now put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General dated 9th September 2025 recommending the imposition. Sorry. Mr. Clark.
Second reading, a bill for an Act A to give effect to Article Roman 19 of the General Agreements on Tariff and Trade 1994 and World Trade Organization Agreement on Safeguards, and B, to ensure the effective implementation of the national trade policy of Papua New Guinea, and C, to establish mechanisms and procedures to counteract serious injury caused or to affect the domestic industry, which may increase imports of like or directly competitive products, and D, to facilitate adjustments by the domestic industry to increase competition from increased imports, and E, to protect Papua New Guinea public interest by contributing towards the preservation of domestic production, jobs, investment, and wealth creation, and F, to foster the competitiveness and modernization of Papua New Guinea's industry, and G, to create a stable environment for business and fair competition and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 9 September 2025 recommending the imposition of fees in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition. Minister for Trade and International Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister for Trade and International Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill is now read at a time.
The question is the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read at that time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read at that time. Would those in favor please stand? Would those against please stand? Honourable members, the result of the votes, the ayes 85 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act A to give effect to Article Roman 19 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade 1994 and World Trade Organization Agreement on Safeguards, and B, to ensure the effective implementation of the national trade policy of Papua New Guinea, and C, to establish mechanisms and procedures to counteract serious injury caused or to effect the domestic injury industry which may increase imports of like or directly competitive products, and D, to facilitate adjustments by the domestic industry to increase competition from increased imports, and E, to protect Papua New Guinea's public interest by contributing towards the preservation of domestic production, jobs, investment and wealth creation, and F, to foster the competitiveness and modernization of Papua New Guinea's industry, and G, to create a stable environment for business and fair competition and for related purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Clark.
Notice number 204, Minister for Mining.
Minister for Mining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Clark.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Mineral Resources Authority Act 2018.
Minister for Mining.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Mr. Minister, you may make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the Marape Rosso government for giving me this opportunity to lead this very important ministry. And on behalf of my people of Minamia and the people of Morobe, I thank Marape Rosso government. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to introduce the amendment to the Mining Resource Authority Act Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Mineral Resource Authority Act Amendment Bill 2025 outlines the following. A policy submission number 164/2025 regarding the strategic amendment to the Mineral Resource Authority Act 2018 and the merger of the Department of Mineral Policy and Geohazard Management with the Mineral Resource Authority. B, the NEC decision number 240 of 2025 that approved the amendment to the Mineral Resource Authority Act 2018 and the merger of the Department of Mineral Policy and Geohazard Management with the Mineral Resource Authority. C, preparation of the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025 in accordance with the NEC decision number 240 of 2025 and the drafting instruction by the First Legislative Council and the issuance of the Certificate of Compliance dated 1st September 2025. Mr. Speaker, I hereby seek the endorsement of the National Parliament to enact the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the NEC decision number 240 of 2025, the Mineral Resource Authority is in its merger and transition phase administratively while continuing to perform its core function as the regulator of the PNG's mining sector pursuant to the Mineral Resource Authority Act 2018. Mr. Speaker, the strategic amendment contained in the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025 are necessary. A, to restructure the management roles. B, to restructure the MRA board composition. C, to review the corporate and strategic plans of the MRA and the former Department of Mineral Policy and Geohazard Management, and the vision and the mission of the new look MRA. D, to review the core functions of MRA inclusive of the core functions of the abolished Department of Mineral Policy and Geohazard Management. C, for the retention of staff and asset. F, to maintain the status quo of the staff entitlement under the merger until a new organizational structure is put in place. And G, to undertake all necessary measures to execute the directives issued in the National Executive Council Decision number 240 of 2025 in the merger and transition phase. Mr. Speaker, progressive updates on the directives issued in the NEC decision that requires the enactment of the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Under the chairmanship of the Secretary of the Department of Personnel Management and the leadership of the Acting Managing Director, Mr. Harry Kore, much work has been accomplished within a short period of time. Mr. Speaker, the following has transpired to date: establishment of the Merger and Transition Committee. B, putting in place the terms of reference for the Transition Committee. C, convening of the inaugural Merger and Transition Committee meeting chaired by the Department of Personnel Management with the assistance of an expert consultant in organizational restructures. D, appointment of 2 deputy managing directors in accordance with the NEC decision, one responsible for the technical and operational functions, and the other one responsible for the regulatory and administrative functions. Finalization and submission of the final entitlement of the former Managing Director, Mr. Gary, to the Department of Personnel Management for the settlement of his outstanding contract. Establishment of a new disciplinary committee to manage the welfare of the staff in compliance with the NEC decision number 240 of 2025 on change management and the MRA's corporate policy manual. Putting in place strategies and manpowers to address the outstanding backlogs of license applications. Attending to the issues on the outstanding community development agreements and other issues affecting mining communities, concerns among others as an authority, as a priority. Ongoing engagement with the mining industry and J, ensuring that the regulatory functions of the MRA continues unhindered and is business as usual, regardless of the measure. Mr. Speaker, the enactment of the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025 will complement the efforts invested in ensuring the decision of the government is in compliance with the NEC decision number 240 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, the enactment of the Mineral Resource Authority Amendment Bill 2025 is absolutely necessary as a matter of national interest in consideration of MRA's role as the regulator of the mining sector that contributes immensely to the national revenue annually. With this, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Mineral Resources Authority Act 2018.
Minister for Mining.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister for Mining.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Mineral Resources Authority Act 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 199, Mr. Paus Pakut.
Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Vagrancy Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to make provision for powers enabling the courts to issue exclusion orders to any person found guilty of any offence committed in an urban area in any part of the country and enabling police to bring persons before the court to be dealt with under this act.
Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
You may make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members of Parliament, this is the second time I have presented the bill, so I'm sure you all are well vested with it. There's been a lot of publicity, and we have done awareness within the city and, of course, all around the country in terms of going through media. So I'm sure honourable members are fully vested with this bill and the purpose of it. As Mr. Speaker, as a private member's bill, it has to be referred to the constitutional and subordinate legislation
committee of the Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, they have made some adjustment and we have incorporated it. So this is why we are presenting the redrafted version, which is incorporating all the comments of the committee and also the Department of Justice and Attorney General. So I want to thank the Minister and the Secretary for Department of Justice, Attorney General, the Parliamentary Committee too, led by Governor said Peter Ipatas. The act, as we all know, is to give urban centers another tool or another mechanism by which we can deal with issues of law and order or security, insecurity in urban centers. Not just in Port Moresby, but all the urban centers in our country. So I want to assure our public, members of the, our people, I mean, all our people listening in all around the country that this is a law that is not restricted to Port Moresby. It can be applied by all urban centers in our country. Port Moresby, Ley, Hagen, Medeng, even all the other urban centers. So this is, the assurance I want to give all our people. Mr. Speaker, too, let me just be brief in terms of the explanation too. I've given out a small explanatory, background to the bill. So I want to urge you all, honourable members, to read it and understand the purpose of the bill. But in sum, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason behind this bill. We have the, Mr. Speaker, we have the criminal code that is there to deter people committing crime and bring them to account if they commit crime. We also have the Summary Offences Act that also deals with minor offences. And we have so many other laws too in the urban centers that deals with all our people who commit crimes or breach certain laws and regulations that are applicable in urban centers. Like we have the fiscal planning laws, we have the building board laws, we have litter laws, we have the health and regulation laws, we have liquor licensing laws too. And Mr. Speaker, there are adequate laws in place. Our problem, both in the cities, urban centers, and in the country, of course, is enforcement. Police are stretched, and in the city too, especially here in Port Moresby, we are doing our best to, support the police and ensure that our people live in peace and harmony, respecting each other, building our nation together. And towards this end, Mr. Speaker, in Port Moresby, our capital city, for example, I thank the government for supporting our effort, not just with the regular police, but also supporting us with the initiative like CCTV. We, together with the national government, we are spending 20 million. The system now being put in place. I hope soon, Mr. Speaker and members of Parliament, that it will be activated so we can, use that mechanism, digital space, to curb, law and order problem or security problems in the city. As members of Parliament too knows, Mr. Speaker, in Port Moresby too, we have set up the city wardens. That is to provide, security in public space, like bus stops and markets and shopping malls and at the beach, everywhere, public spaces. We try to support the regular police to provide safety and security. We also have another initiative too called Palm City Watch. You all can see along the Waigani Drive and St. John Guy's Drive, and soon we will extend it to other roads like Cameron Street, Boroko Drive, Kennedy Road. There we stop, vendors from vending in all these main arterial major roads in the city. Some of the vendors might be sincere, genuine one, trying to earn a living for their family and for themselves. Some are criminals or petty criminals masquerading as vendors, and we have had, very bad, incidents
like this in Port Moresby, our capital city. Of course, this year too, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, we together with our ACP in the city and Central Province and our Metropolitan Superintendent, Police Minister, we are also rolling out a neighborhood watch. Not everywhere in the city, but in some parts of the city, like some hot spots. And some of our members representing the urban centers too, you all might think about it. Governor Western Britain, you might think about it for Kimbe and Hoskins and Samla Town Leulo, Western Britain. So we are taking all steps to ensure that the security and safety of our residents in the urban centers, that of corporates, that of tourists, visitors, is assured. Especially, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our capital city, we must never compromise the security of our capital city. It's important for the resident, but important for our country, important for the image of our nation, our people. We must never compromise. So we are doing all steps that we, taking all actions that we can to support our regular police, to support the Minister for Police and the Commissioner for Police, and to make sure that there is high level of security and we can move towards an environment where it's peaceful for our people. Sadly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some people believe me are 50 years on, but you know, all no understanding this law. One people, one nation, one country. All no understanding responsibility belong all law. Mama law believe me. Mama law believe me and give me plenty rights and freedom. Freedom of movement, freedom of association, freedom, protection of the law, freedom of assembly. Only like freedom, but you know, making also responsibility belong. Now, me like reminding me in this respect, you got Mama Law talking me to about your responsibility, especially Section 32 of the Constitution. You have a freedom, but you are required to use your freedom in a way that no interfere, bagram life law, narpla people blame me. So 50 years on, some people blame me, you know, got this understanding and respect. So this is the law. And me walk talk pidgin now, so we can understand him more. But you me talk English, so no understand him more. You me talk pidgin by understand him more. Me can speak more to or talk place, you me all get up by me by talk place, so all you can understand him too. Yeah, but anyway, I think pidgin all can understand him so. Founders blow country believe me, like in this nation believe me. Diverse nation, thousands of tribes, plenty talk place, plenty culture. We can make it as one people, one nation, one country. We can build a nation that defies the world. Some blah blah world here, one blah talk place, one blah religion, one blah custom, but all boxer you go come, kill him each other, you go come. We must be proud of Papua New Guinea. And we must take all steps to make sure that this nation, we can make it. We can make it to really become an example to the world. So sadly, you may got some line, you may got this kind of attitude yet, so this law may come law, you may can pass him so that police, now also the municipal authorities or urban authorities all got power along, intervene, go to court. Before time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the only time it talks him, police might declare him a person to be a vagrant. But now, Supreme Court declare him that's like unconstitutional. So in this proposed act, you may give him power, he go to court. He go along district court or national court or maybe on Nubla court he come up, you may can apply law court. So summary belonging him, police can apply if there is a criminal case going on or all suspect somebody is involved in regular, frequent criminal offense, especially violent crime, especially inciting ethnic conflict, or ghost partner, come up stupid, starting problem of some pipe nothing he come up inside the city, in the town, believe me. We must stop this type of nonsense. So police can take action, or otherwise all municipal authorities, town authorities, all you can go apply the court exclusion order. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, all people believe me here. The idea is that you work in frequently this is a kind of violent crime, especially committing this kind of offense that is unacceptable. More better you go back long, place Kanakablo you go into your tribal areas and live there, and maybe you by Senis that you can come back. You know, Senis, you stop long up because in the event census, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all the members of Parliament or people blame me, I stop. In place blame me, all get higher. Now last place to stop. Place blame me, all get higher, so we must learn to live together. Heavy blue you, lo place here, long. When you can tribal area blue you, lose him long up. Here you come to Mosby, you go to Leo, you go to Hagen. And you must make sure that it's place blue you, all get higher. In the blow, customary group or tribal group or heavy blue you carry me come inside law. That's like heaven centers blue you. We have to respect it that it's a safe place blue you get. And custom blue you me time you got every night, you run away, you go long. Some lab refuge. This lab supposed to be peaceful lab. Mr. Deputy Speaker. This lab, so the main purpose of the act is a proposed law is that we after you convicted or we convict you under this law, then we give you an exclusion order. The court will decide maybe you go stop 1 month or 6 months or 1 year or 5 years or 10 years or maybe 20 years you go stop the place now. You seem some good blood thinking law, ancestors blow you, understanding tribal custom blow you, understand the values of our people now. Seem good blood savana thinking now. Then you might be allowed to come back. That's the whole idea behind this proposed bill. May like make him clear too. Kind talk go around. Some line talk it's against unemployed people or also you make law CD2, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now inside of most bina some law heaven centers you make one kind people or concept of homeless. So Prime Minister Manus homeless, you will get a year. You make got ground custom law, you mean place you become long any, but you got homeless people who come up. So this lay I'm covered one problem inside law, must be especially, but may like assure him all people blue me, you homeless or you unemployed or you maybe even a loiterer too, but loitering is an offense under the summary offenses act. Whatever you are, you know at work, but you know committing crime, or you know especially committing violent crime. And by this law in apply to you. So me like working this clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker and honorable members. Two me like making clear also, you can be one member of Parliament or secretary or CEO of one government, state-owned enterprise or private sector. You are a big man, but you committing crime now. Especially frequently you committing this crime, violent crime. This act will apply to you. By you may apply to court now, declare you as a vagrant. You go to place Kanakana, stop. One house line blue na, sim good la savena thinking na, maybe you by come back. So the law is, discriminate. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, this is another concern of the Supreme Court law 1980s, so we fixed it. So, okay, the people blame me, you are unemployed, oh. Now you come up homeless, oh. But committing crime, you buy stuff good. There's a law too, me like make him take him. There's a time to law explain him too. Especially online, you mean involve law gun running, pull up law pot must be. You buy him ammunition, you sell him go come law line law place law kill him each other. Line law place no got money law buy him gun now, buy him when him bullet them out shoot him each other go come. You line law must be you work Mosemo, law lay you work Mosemo. This law will apply to you. We catch you, National Airport Corporation catch you, or online law port catch you. We will prosecute you because you have lost your
right to stay in the urban center. Costa lo ausla na use kalim na bayu lugim. You got money too low. Walking there's a kind promoting, kind tribal fight or ethnic conflict or political time election. You need to use him gun no. And so go come, hold him, kidnap him or ballot box na kind of same to you must finish him. Minister of the Police said John, you senior blue you me lo parliament na you talk finish the morning. I think Deputy Speaker, I think me can't get enough finish here. Thank you.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, me like Senap law talks awesome law side law government. If I give him 100% support long Governor long NCD. Governor of NCD is leader of the biggest the town or urban or city area we have in our country that hosts our nation's capital. And he always bears the brunt of the restlessness and lawlessness that emerges in our city all the time. And I want to firstly apologize to him for the stress that people may have caused. And I also, as a member for Tari, do apologize if people from my part of the country does cause stress. And I want to really full support behind this proposed law. It's a turn in the right direction. Emino rouse him. All people who said cause him problem the city. Stop lo rouse him who said you cause him problem the city. You come to city, now you behind him law city, you behind him law country, and more importantly, all motu quita law. Passing lo motu quita you may look him all lot of you may come stop lo ground long all sinan is in all is live through peacefully now you may all come line. Fight, cross, round go come. And so I want to encourage everyone to live in the city. This law, but deal want them online, you live within the prescribed of law or country. You broke him law through this process by go to court, not this line law broke him law. In fact, Governor, I propose this law must be congruent to the entire spirit and the text of the criminal code, the criminal law. We just don't uplift a person and throw him back to the village. They must be uplifted and prosecuted through the criminal proceedings. And then, after a penalty, after serving his time, they must finish, go back, stable place, not allowed to come back to any urban setting. You stable place, please. So I think the government will pick up to find how we could link this law that Governor Parker will bring him also in private members' bill. Let them law speak to each other, and as a criminal offender picked through this law, then there's a link. It is prosecuted through the criminal laws, relevant criminal laws, saving time, local jail or cell or prison, and then they come out. Allowed to come area, you must go long place. You come low and stop the place, please. So, but I commend this law, and I just want to appeal to our citizens. By Tassim, who said broke him law, whether employed or otherwise, whether in a residential area or with no confined residential area. If you live in the city lawfully, this law doesn't touch you. Time you may long reset you may at night, the 50th anniversary year. You may come from different corners of our country, you may bungalow urban areas, Port Moresby, Ley, Goroka, Hagen, Medang, Kokopo. A few years back, we saw instances of lawlessness in Kokopo, instances of lawlessness in Alatau, etc. It must be concerning me, body of leaders, and Governor Parker being the leader of the biggest urban area in our country, and we put him to law, me like government go backside them, support him, and me like Senap Wilson, ask him what people believe me. You may not need law, use him law long hurt him you, bagrab him you, or lock him you up. Suppose you broke him law by behind him you. And we bless him banish him online like stop peacefully inside the country, behind him passing block country or law block country, law block city, and more importantly, custom block or motu queta, Christian person where you meet talk, you must have barely see one time each other. So I want to, on this side, offer my commendations to Governor Paco, and we really have full support behind this bill. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If I could just, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I recognize the Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to put forth my concerns about this bill that the good governor for NCD has proposed. And the reason I say this, Deputy Speaker, is after 50 years, all members of the House should be in the business of promoting national unity. And I'm of the view that this bill will create discrimination. It will erode national unity, and it will make citizens exiles in their own country. This is our country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whether I am from Simbu, or whether I am from Enga, or whether I'm from Abao, or whether I'm from Hirikoari, wherever I go in the country, this is my country. And I'm very concerned about the arbitrary nature of this bill in labeling someone a vagrant and then having them prosecuted and then sent back to their home provinces. There's a whole host of reasons why people move to other parts of the country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a whole host of reasons. And under the Constitution, we have every right, the freedom of movement, we have the freedom of choice, and the Constitution safeguards our rights to make these decisions to move and live anywhere in the country. And Deputy Speaker, the laws are already in place. The criminal code is already there. All we have to do is enforce the criminal code and make sure everybody adheres to the laws of the land, and there'll be no need for an additional bill called the Vagrancy Act to start labeling and discriminating people as vagrants and non-vagrants and then telling them to go back to their home provinces, wherever that might be. That's discrimination 101, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it'll make Papua New Guinean citizens exiled in their own country. So then what's the whole meaning of country Bliumi? This is our country. This bill will directly negate that concept, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I think we're treading on dangerous ground here. The criminal code already exists. We just need to enforce the criminal code. Olman biket, kalabusumol, lokimol lap, all going to law. Sell all clear didn't all come out. Now how na you la rosumol ken na kiram na dog. You blow one map, you blow one map, you blow one map. Suppose mama em manus na, papa em blow hagen, but you go, you bogol hagen or but you go manus. What criteria are we going to apply to make these sort of decisions? We're going to divide a country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I, for one, I'm not going to support this bill. And it's on record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this bill is corrosive to national unity, and the House should take note of this and not support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to join the debate in regard to this bill. Deputy Speaker, there are a number of issues that have been raised of concern. And while I observe those comments, I'd like to add a couple of more observations before I make some conclusive remarks. First, of course, is the Section 3 of the bill. It relates to the burden of proof that in the common law jurisdiction for over about 1,000 years, criminal law and the burden of proof has been, the onus has always been on the accuser. The onus to prove your innocence, or rather to prove a charge, has always been borne by the person who makes the allegation. This particular bill shifts that burden to that who has been charged. So if there's a wrongdoer or anyone prosecuted under this act, would have to be carry the burden of proving that he is innocent. That's just a minor observation, but perhaps something that's crucial and goes to the core of the agenda, and perhaps something that the draftees could look at. Maybe we have some very good reasons why this is an exception is made for the first time in this country. But having said so, I observe a missing piece. When orders are made by the court, an amendment has been made, an adjustment made, following the Supreme Court case of the 1980s, and that has initially, as the sponsor of the bills has said, Honorable Governor for NCD, that initially it was the police who would allege and make the order or make the determination almost arbitrarily, and against sections of the Section 52 of the Constitution, and offending various other parts of the Constitution. And whilst there are provisions of the Constitution and basic rights, which are some qualified rights that might be offended, and of course open to debate, I will support this bill, but with this caution. Mr. Speaker, when an order is made for exclusion, the subject will be sent home or sent purportedly to a place of origin. When that is happening, Mr. Speaker, let's observe here. This bill should stand side by side with a separate, strong law that firmly formalizes and protects customary land rights, particularly the rights of indigenous peoples, and in this case, because the core of the nation is in National Capital District, the people of the Motukoita, Hirikwaya, and the people of Central Province. And this is true for indigenous people of Ley, the Lahi people, and those in Madang, and so on and so forth. So this is a very good law and universal in its nature. But there has to be a little bit more work done. You see, for 50 years, since 1975, our traditional landowners around the National Capital District have carried a heavy burden. Our lands have been used, our villages have been surrounded, our cultural identity has been pressured and diluted. And yet the benefit of urban development have rarely returned to my people and our people in a fair or meaningful way, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, before any law on vagrancy can be just or effective, we should begin by acknowledging a fundamental truth, that the original landowners of Port Moresby and surrounding districts must have their customary land rights properly recognized, protected and enforced under a dedicated Act of Parliament. And I don't just say this for people of Motukoita and Central Province, but the entire nation. This is not only right, it is not only fair, it is long overdue, Deputy Speaker. Once such a law is in place, such as this, the Vagrancy Bill, it becomes not an instrument of oppression, but an instrument of protection, respect, and restoration. Ino no good law, and good law. This is a very good law that the good governor has brought. It's long overdue, I must repeat. For too long, communities have suffered in this urban center. There's petty crimes, unauthorized settlements, and disorder and fear. So it addresses a behavior deficiency, not just identity. Mr. Speaker, all we're saying is, even the bill itself does not define the word vagrancy. Perhaps it should be called exclusionary, just for universality. So maybe an exclusionary act, or exclusion act. At vagrancy, the interpretation provisions do not accommodate for a vagrancy definition. Mr. Speaker, for this law to be effective and done, deployed promptly and well, my humble submission is that a solution has to be provided to the subject. So formalization, as the committee of the Special Parliamentary Committee presented last week, really now becomes more immediate and urgent. There's now real justification for this law to be meaningful and justified. So we're not just looking at Port Moresby. The good governor, honourable governor, is correct to say it's also applicable in every urban centre, and not just urban centres and towns or declared towns, but even those areas that are not declared. Because when somebody is displaced or moved away, where do they go to? Where will they be ordered to return to? And when they return to these areas of customary identity, the real issues are, where will they reside? What will they do? We should be empowering our people and not just displacing them and ordering them out. And for how long? The beautiful thing about this amended bill is that there are first strike, second strike, and third strike scenarios. So every person, every citizen is given an opportunity to correct themselves within society. You're not just penalized to be sent home, but there are orders available, a prescription available for a first strike situation. And if you're a repeat offender by a second time, the penalty will increase. And depending on how many other times you subsequently offend, you're an offender of the criminal code or whatever law, then the penalty will attract higher attention. So if you've done 3 times, maybe you'll be sent home not to return to an urban center or a certain designated area for 10 years. No, this is good penal reform because even our CISs are all full. Conditions are deteriorated. Our public purse is restricted and under extreme pressure. So it may not happen overnight, but even this is a very important, our jails are important infrastructure to be focused on and to be developed and even more built with the growth of our population in the country. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, respectfully differing opinion on this side, I will, however, support the bill on behalf of my people of Iriquoiari, who, unfortunately, in the current framework, may be the recipients of those ordered out. Because our people actually move from villages to come live in town to find work. When they come to town, they live with relatives and friends. But the intention of this bill is to make sure we all live harmoniously and peacefully. That the cities become attractive cities and conducive for communal living. With these few remarks, I commend the bill as well.
The Honourable Member for Mulbaya.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Long Luke Sabe, long Mulbaya. Before long me, Johnny Mola, good members long debate, long this bill. Mila Tokengi long member long honourable member for Kundiawa Gebok. Honourable Dilu returning back to Parliament is with us now, close to me. Welcome. Honourable Governor for NCDC just presented a bill. Me supporting this bill. Good bill. Good bill long. Plenty of problem you may face him long. This is country. This bill will save him. You mean no serious to mass. This bill long this bill. And we are not saving the country. let's not have negative thoughts on this bill. Milukima, this is the bill you present him. Plenty old man married on Islam ground. We speak 8 other languages in Papua New Guinea. 8 other languages in Papua New Guinea. We got different cultures, custom, all kinds of people are different. In the cities, people come and boom boom long city stop. People come and customs blow you come in China, practice lawyer and I stop. Same talk. Me like challenge more and governors blow me long each provinces, lo Papua New Guinea. In long most of all the provinces here, emol man go stop us. All go want them custom roll, culture roll, bush na roll, tamiok roll, ex roll, all go na stop on them all. But this bill, you may put him. You may make him on a law so that you must control him. Behavior of the man. Suppose you may not control him. And behavior of the man, but not good blah. And country. This is a government that we got to make decisions for a betterment of this country. For your province, for your district. Why by me play Islam? You saw on video, TV. Sas Karim knife go outside now take him on a man. MCT. Why you protect him so man or someone? Get this fellow out. Karim go one him up come longan. Ting blame go one him up here. You Karim him go back to Islam. Deport him immediately. Have fun sa volleyball. Deport him second man. Kisi mere blame, picnic blame, go back to place blame. You miss him to mas, talk plenty to mas. E Bougainville city ya. Whole man looking at TV all but press lo come in. How are you going to attract customers? How are you going to attract investors to come into the country? When you hold something very sharp, in front of the city. That's threatening. No good negative. You must kill him, man. Go to a place and you kill him, stop. Not in the towns or the cities. Let's not take these things as fun. Let's take it seriously. This will go to past. Me ex-policeman here. We are giving a lot of pressure to the policemen. And we are telling the policemen, you are not doing the job. Our laws are too lenient. Lenient to us. Permissive law come up lenient to us. And they are riding on it. They are riding on it. And we are talking. Governor, Honorable Paul Sparko, you President Mr. Bule, me support him straight. I think you all get a member, you must support him. To safeguard our people, please, you must support him, Mr. Bule. Now make some strong laws. Put some funds available for this, please. Enough is enough. You must tell me, place, I must have a place never look him. Maybe like a place here. Come into the town, city, nothing. Karim Bush na, Tamuk blue, Takim big blue, round, nothing, walk in trouble. You may talk about a freedom of choice. This is a democratic country. Mingar like blue mill around. Mingar like blue mill, talk, kill him man, fight him man, make him Muslim, snap him back. People blue me, move bad roll, good line here. I'm not free here. It's not safe. I'm not safe here. You, me, all man, you, Mr. Parliamentarians, we are not experiencing what is happening on the street. People are going to the car and go along house and you meeting or some people around all right. In the street, people are living in fear. All parents look at you. How about you look? You go to the car and look him. All mama blue me, all picking Mary blue me, all in big, all side, tag him, bun, why? Why all tajim bun around? I'm all pretty, one can blow by him so long, all pretty, phone blow pretty. Take this people roaming around and round, nothing on the street here, please. Rouse him all go back. Eh? They know taxpayers do. How much you will start making money, Lord? Huh? You will start making money, Lord, and you will talk, place him there and people are looking. How much money you will start making, Lord? They are not making any money. They are not contributing to us. Man, is stop walk here and go and making trouble on the street there. If they want to stay in a province or country or city or like stop long end, they got to be abided by the laws, rules and regulations in there. Custom long on. Behind him the stop. Ah, most people are looking at Papa Sakarab Tamok, the Kamos and the Pike long up. Eh, Ronnie man here too. Eh? You will make him a rousable good back long up. Thank you, sorry, me raising voice lily, but me no feeling good, you will make him negative talk and all that. Make it positive talk, pass him the bill for the betterment of this country. Thank you.
Governor of Western Highlands.
Thank you. I think plenty talk, but me talk Honorable Jacob Maki talk finish, but me too come number 3 city block country now. Me I'm a master or some Deputy Speaker. Me like talk thank you long. You long give me space. Now me like talk thank you long. Poroman Governor blow me law NCDC Honorable Paus Pakap. Law come up this law. This law I want good law. This law I mean pass him Papua New Guinea man law round ego law one map law Papua New Guinea. You mean Masawe. Nungo told people you mean out there thing you mean pass him on the wrong law now. All by discriminating people and all this law no got. Today you mean looking more this la urban drift one the big problem. Now, God, I'm giving one the best country, you mean, all people of Papua New Guinea. You may got ground, you may got places start, now. We can talk, me around the plenty of the world, now, no got one the place also, Papua New Guinea stop on blab. Now, all people, you mean, round, come, now, all the time, all like, stop all city, that's all like stop the place. We can talk plenty of less man walk around now, all Kuanga map also flying fox law. One map law. One map law city where any good law where all thing only can stop and survive. But majority of people you mean country all making farming or stop the village, only got one more place sing. Only stop also community tribe na you mean give them strong laws like country na you mean stop. Now one society and stop underneath all leaders, all councillors, now all man la community. Now plenty online me look only come out all city na all Karim all second, third generation where me look all same this all this long generation but come up all some lost generation. So Governor of NCDC, me like talk thank you, Lord slab bill where now you pass Vagrancy Act, Lord talk also opposition leader talk Vagrancy and also Nunguta. You mean discriminating on line people where you know what also school survey all round nothing trip round long and you mean or pinpoint them all free around anywhere in the country. But what am I all go stop all must look survey, stop and did low bloods la city or this la province. So me like talk thank you through law you governor, law Hagen, you me West Nile province and face islands, now you me all got islands, you me stop Papua New Guinea to stop law Mount Hagen. But me some mas also man am important too. Man, Constablo, one province or city, give some strong you too. Supporting you long business, supporting you long work. Na man to stop now, you say, come up in economy now. One district in the province, you make him strong. But man stop must stop under the law. Now today, me look at me got plenty freedom where man think free law, Karim Bush Night Brown law town. Man can carry anything come round law town, man can make him sales law anywhere law street law corner law town, and we can drink na carry bottle round, anything can make him anything law town. But all town la cities lo one map, lo world you looking, all new space long, this la province, this la country. But I think this la law now, Governor, you come up him, strong him, one all province, na town bla you me. So, Narbla, two big players still come up, lot town, all money come make him illegal. All come pass him all ground blow you me too. All settlement too you me talk, not two all money come in, lo pass him all up ground where stage ground there. All pass him walk in trade store, walk in plenty all business where plenty time me walk across on the all police blow me and tap again. Now M2 Minister blow lands to stop. You me government too. One blow money like come making one blow store or making one blow business inside the town where I'm state land. Now me talking about police also you blow must go check him money no title or you blow house him. I'm not blow make him anything Lord slap unless I'm got title. Now plenty time all police go on all come back and talk use him court order and give him. Now me talk why by mix him court order? This la money must show him title or you me because state land you police want them me government mitla look at him. So that man like walking business anything put him on like container or trade store anything must show him title or you want them me before I make him anything. But plenty time police talk me also me must see him court order. One la court order past time or it. But me go rouse him. Two inside the city in a town too. So something you must look to Lord Slat too. And police must cut right law or ask him. One blow money like make him anything law, one blow state land. And we can ask him this land. And we can ask him this land too. So blow lands, but Lord this law blow city me to support. Mibla law West Nile province, Mibla face him this land big time. Now Mibla to give him this land support long you Honorable Governor Blong NCDC. Thank you.
Honorable Member of Logoroka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Me, Sanaplo, Maki Mouthlo, people of Logoroka, and me like also acknowledge him, the hard work with Governor, he put him law, bring him this Vagrancy Act come floor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, me support him the bill in principle, and I also like to say that this bill is also a wake-up call now. One call for union leaders to step up to provide for our people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, me stand up. Let me give an example of what me facing in Goroka district, Goroka town. So you can understand him straight when I can experience not only the city but the town me experience him. And I'm sure that also goes to other smaller towns also. In our recent bid long expanding town program town boundaries we conducted a survey to find out through what name something straight walking na or what name kind of population you can stop inside the town you why all mama is an road na makatim kai why na settlement expand come to state land coincide lo customary land wanted. Two basic answer we all give me one. I'm all talk some me like him excess long, good excess long, service lo government. Two also me like also stop inside long benefit lo economy. But this is the government. Two main reason blocks him. Now three long and plenty of this or run away because long tribal fights. And town me at me experience walking several let me talk to. They are refugees from Narabla districts, Narabla provinces where all come and settle in Goroka town. So Goroka town, little town, it was actually designed for less than 20,000 population. Our water supply, our sewage system, utilities blow rubbish, and very old. So slowly, Mibla increasing much like capacities come on top. The current population of Mibla in the town now is gone past 100,000. This is because of urban drift, mass migration coming from up islands, settled in Goroka town now. So we are experiencing these problems where now I'm also facing in Salo City. One big issue we're facing now is the issue of loitering. All man just son up, not in the town, expecting opportunities. Like just last week, that's all. One car where I'm delivering cargo, now I'm going to pass, now stop, lo name lo town. All young man just call up when just on a rausi mogadal cargo blows la car. We've never experienced that before, but we are experiencing that now. Because of urban migration, urban drift. Young boys and girls are now just stand up the town, waiting 3 handouts. So I want a big place something. And there is law. Inside long bylaws law authority, inside law long government, that loitering illegal. But we are not enforcing this law of loitering. I want something when me experiencing inside the district long. So, time you passing this law, what are we actually saying now? Is this an excuse for us to pass in this law? Nothing. You mean selling people bring you to place? I think this law is a wake-up call by leaders to go back to the village, now providing basic service to all people blame. Because in the first place, why are they coming to Goroka town? Because maybe one blow sick blow in a walk, all come to Marasin blow lo town. Maybe no karon school, so karon pini blow come to school. So these are things that you need to look also learn addressing. We passed the act also, but we must also step up as leaders to provide a basic service to our people so they feel encouraged to go back to the village so that economic activity will install a place. Now you can also give them more belly, see that this is our country. We cannot chase them away. The opportunity, the services are in the district. You're most welcome to come back to the district. Also, so I support this bill. It's a good bill. It gives the government the teeth to really come down hard on those perpetrators who said, abide by the laws in Salo cities, na town Blomi Blossom, Goroka, na other urban centers. Thank you.
Governor, for you speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Number one, Tok Molsem. Me yet, people blow me, long Vivek, member blow Vivek, and stop. I'm say hard work. Me platu got heavy one time all, squatter settlers. Na me sabe also this bill and by targeting all kind line. Me got legally consent to also Deputy Opposition Leader Ibn Tok. Because vagrant definition belong also. It is a person who wanders from place to place without a permanent home or regular employment, often living in poverty. So it's actually a transient, aimless lifestyle. So all kind line also more drifter, wanderers, and most of the time, they lack visible means of support. In a way, this bill is targeting the unemployed people of the country. That's what it's doing. Now, me yet and me sabe also. You me passing this bill tete and you me admit him failure you me yet. Not just this government, but previous governments as well. And I'm not saying it's the wrong bill. I'm saying that we have to pass this bill because you me no got another answer. There are no short-term solutions. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't even have any medium-term solutions in the pipeline. You can pass in this Vagrancy bill now, because heavy stop, lopot mosbitasol, miplay gat lo wiwek too, online lo marang too igat. I think all gata, all even center igat same problem. But when we pass this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is only a temporary solution. You can rouse him all, money say cost him heavy. In the case of ECP, we'll send them to their villages. We've tried that before. People have been in a situation where you got fight long, or line blow you long. Basis, only cook him all house. I'm all line blow, Papa Somar Street, or line blow Murik. Myself, member blow Engoram, me play go, bungi money, me play talk want them all. We gave them all some money, now got something, now you me relocate him over, they go back long. Murik legs. Plenty blow only go to so long. Engoram town, now turn him back, now only come sit down on the same haplo basis here. They're back there. After we tried, me na member blow Engoram. Now me sabe also heavy, me stop on that long. Soldat blow me na, member blow we work. Now member blow we work, and moklo hato go come start plenty heavy come up. All of them are caused by squatter settlers. Young CPICs are calling for us to remove all these people out. Now this law, I admit, will give us the power to do exactly that. It will give us the power to do that. But one of the things where me like Tok Longem Mosem, while we look at the short-term solution, because I'm telling you this thing will work, this bill will probably work for 5 years if it is fully enforced. Why do I say that? I said, that's all me, sit down nami harim. Minister of Higher Education, and me give him one long response, one answer, one question, he been stopped this floor. It came out almost like a statement on the floor. And he mentioned a number, Mr. Deputy Speaker, na mi worry lo harim this number. And me talk also, more than 400,000 children are currently entering elementary school. 400,000 every year. Na me looking minister, me noise him head long him. Now, proposal of government, I'm also buying me expanding all the school. Now, we will keep this entire 450,000 odd kids in school for 11 years. 5 million children will be kept in school, Mr. Speaker, for 11 years. That's the proposal of the government. 5 million. Because that's what 11 multiplied by 450,000 gives you, Mr. Speaker. Now, worry blow me, Miss Toto, plenty time on this floor because this Vagrancy Act targets our unemployed, Mr. Speaker. It's targeting them because we have no solutions for our unemployed people. Me harim sabla leader toko you governor must make him sabla something. Mr. Speaker, ECP provincial government receives 10 million kina a year, which is the PSIP that comes to me. 10 million that's all. We have no other money if we want to develop an economic opportunity for our people. And also, me, igo paini mol donors, lokam na alpi me want them cocoa program, Mr. Speaker. If you apply the same yardstick, me harim Governor Manus mi talk now morning. Governor Manus mi sabe also lokisim sampla more money. I'm needing one more open seat. To help his people, he needs one more open seat. Niplo the province by go and ask him law. I see the member for Namatana, he's also calling for an extra seat. So that's la seat by him extra money. It all boils back. We are all trying to solve the same problem now. We are looking at it from different angles, Mr. Speaker. Now, you know me criticizing this government. This government has been in power now for 7, 8. By the time we go to elections, it will be 9 years. Mr. Speaker. So was Narbla government come, there's the same problem by stop yet. Or if the same government is there, post-2027, the same problem will still be here. Our people have no jobs, no opportunities, Mr. Speaker. And we are proposing to deal with it by sending them back to their village. Yes, me agree. City got big problem. Nami amamas lo looking to brata, leader long. Western Highlands to play tok because planet is heavy mo line blow let's say. Come up inside lo city, so me amamas lo. Looking to play tok.
Member, we have a point of order from Fisheries Minister.
That the good governor of ECP know that the city is full of Papua New Guineans, not just from Western Highlands. Thank you.
Meant no disrespect. And problem here and stuff like that. Maybe civic to God, but our problem is a civic problem. It's not people from other provinces, Mr. Speaker. So me admit him this plan. Nami amamas to also some not leader. It looks savelo hebina. You may talk out the talk straight. No can I him. Also, me harim good friend Blomina, member mi tok ya. Honorable Maki. I'm not saying looking all motu koita karim tamiok na ron lo city. Those are his own words. It's on the Hansard, Mr. Speaker. And I endorse those comments. Now, I want to bring us back to this problem that I see, Mr. Speaker. Now, to talk plenty like, in Isipik, my prison is full. Airport Blomipla, I mean now go inside La House Karabus. I need a new prison immediately. That's La House Karabus, Inoblo provincial government, Emblo national government. So, Usaid Minister, you responsible on CIS, please. Isipik now need him Nubla, House Karabus. We are arresting so many people that people are passing tent na put him all inside the House Karabus, Mr. Speaker. That's the level we are going to now. Inside Lobanis. Now, in the absence of all the solutions that we actually need, people are passing this bill. Because people are not nar plans, Mr. Speaker. But me like Tokolsen, these 400 odd children that the Minister for Higher Education has identified, within 10 years, they are coming out of school. 400,000 citizens of this country. And if there are no jobs, we are going to be labeling them as vagrants, based on the definition of this act that we are now going to pass, Mr. Speaker. That's the label that we are going to give 400,000 young citizens who are coming out of school at some point. Now, me like Tokolsen, yes, you may pass in this bill. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, our people need to share in the prosperity of their country. That way, they have a stake in protecting the country. Yes, you can punish him all bigot man. But suppose one player me sit down, nothing, look at work, me got married, picking in, me not support him, picking belong him. At some point, M2 become a bigot man. Because M by need law. By him sure trousis na look at him, picking belong him, Mr. Speaker. In fact, yeah, you got them same situation logo the haplo country. And I wanted to say this because we need investment. More than just this act. This act alone is not going to work. It will be only a temporary solution. I mean a long-term solution. People need him jobs na opportunity for our people. Me looking ma member blong hiriko yari me karimi ikam despla bill long giram. And I heard some of the debates, especially now me hari ma member blong Kerawagi o Kundia o Gembo. Me hari debate blame now morning lo narpla meta na. Me raising this la point too. The point on investment, Mr. Speaker. The fact that we Papua New Guinean leaders don't understand is that capital, there's a four affectable production. Yeah? You've got land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, Mr. Speaker. This is basic economics. This economics applies to every business you can think of. It applies to agriculture now. The honorable member, long time about an hour ago, me talk here. There's huge liquidity in our banks. 60 billion kina, Mr. Speaker, sitting in our financial system right now. But none of that money is deployed. Everybody is doing lazy investments, if I can quote the honorable member from this morning. It's easier to build a building or a casino, na all man come go inside na, rent na stop. These are not creating the jobs that we need. It's not creating 400,000 jobs a year, Mr. Speaker. No got ya. No got true. Now, that's why you cannot shift the blame to the provincial governors na talk. You blame me. My provincial budget, the budget for my local level governments has been cut last year and the year before, Mr. Speaker. Mipla trying lo shifting support the local level government of province. We've been doing it for 4 years. Now, when the funding for the LLGs are cut, we can't do some of the things that you require us to do, Mr. Speaker. I'm hard here. So when you come back to the 4 factors of production, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but you look at also, land and fix, not move. Labor is highly mobile. We can send our young people to Australia for work. If you look at capital, capital is highly mobile, Mr. Speaker. Now tasola, aste you may have a minister of petroleum, me talk long extra cost long PNG, Papua LNG. Now only finding extra money lo plug in this gap, now only come back long PNG government. Simply because they can deploy that capital anywhere else in another project, Mr. Speaker. That's how mobile capital is. So how do we give comfort to people to come and invest in our country to create the jobs that we need for our people, Mr. Speaker? After time, this little discussion, we don't have it in the parliament. We talk about other things. We talk about roads, bridges, level blong, parliament of Papua New Guinea. We never address the core issue, which is we've got to find employment opportunities for our people. And because we cannot, we label them as vagrants, and now we find a law to control the ones that are really out of control, Mr. Speaker. And I will support the bill because I'm admitting, along with my colleagues, that we have no other solutions. Now, me like challenging government front bench. You may got investors only like come long. Mining, oil and gas. For the simple reason that the benchmarks for these companies that want to come and invest are captured in law, Mr. Speaker. Now, you may say talk law agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Inside long agriculture, our eminent Papua New Guinean agricultural economists will tell you that there are 6 million hectares of land that we can deploy to create work, Mr. Speaker. 6 million. The problem is you need $1 billion US, that's 5 billion kina, just to develop 100,000 hectares of land. To build a company the size of New Britain palm oil, you need 5 billion kina, Mr. Speaker. Government no got this kind of money. So how do we do it? We need to have an investment regime in agriculture that gives comfort to these people with the money. So all can carry money blow come. In all man outside Tasol, online blow you mean inside the country too, where they are sitting on 60 billion kina in their bank account. You may can attract them all too, lo come inside and invest, Mr. Speaker. We need to figure that out. So if you sort out the land, how do you sort out the capital? Government cannot afford to invest even 1 billion kina a year to create work, Mr. Speaker, because it's paying for services. We are building roads and we are building power lines, or trying to build power lines and do all these things. We don't have money to invest in the productive capacity of the economy, Mr. Speaker. But we need to. That's why bill, Honorable Pakop, and me bring him come now, yeah. And should force him to start lulu this lahap. Because if it doesn't, this is not a long-term solution. It's a temporary solution, Mr. Speaker. 400,000 kids a year are going to pop out of school with nowhere to go. So me like encouraging Prime Minister on a front bench, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We need to be bringing down the barriers. We need to de-risk, make it less risky for people to deploy their funds into the areas we want them to. We've got to remove political interference from some of these money decisions. Plenty time, Minister Misina ni stop na was mania. One time secretary na kata line niya, you need lo subi mo bla brown bla paper bag go underneath. Lo machinery lo government lo move. We've got to remove that. We've got to improve our governance. We've got to attract someone who is investing in treasury bills in the United States or in Singapore. Lo kari money blame can put him lo here. Mipla need him. Movement inside the agriculture sector, not only that it develops our rural areas, Mr. Speaker, but more than that, that it creates opportunities for our people. The facts are, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we develop 1 million hectares of land for agriculture, if we do that, if we consistently plan and we try to do that over the next how many years, we are going to create 500,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. 500,000 jobs. Yes, some people will work, all foreigners by Kisim, but the majority of those jobs will be for our own people. So me like encouraging more leaders inside this house. We are leaders. Our job is to think beyond how the problems are affecting us. Because the solutions we are making today, unfortunately, they are not long-term solutions. We will just export the problem. You rausimol lo NCD, you salimol golo wanema and problem ya go back lo have now. And we can say, I'm good, heavy blow on, Larimol go walking lo place. But then we are just saying that it's not okay for them to do it in the city, it's okay for them to do it in the village. The point is, it's not okay for them to do it anywhere, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So me challenge him, front bench block government. Now me challenge him to you blow leaders support him government. Please, bring us proposals that will de-risk, rouse him risk here, reduce him risk so people can deploy private funds. And now, kundi awa gembok tok lo morning and me one bell straight. One time desla, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have no choice because I have problems in Wewak. And because I have problems in Wewak, only because of that, I've got problems with the unemployed people in Wewak. Me by supporting this bill. Because we've been trying, I've been trying for a while now to deal with our settlement issues. Member for Wewak has been trying to deal with that. Plenty time Amiats are wearing uniform, lo police nasa go down. Tamblo lo try straight in all this heavy. And it can't do. And I'm hoping that this is the solution, because if it is not, then we have to take the harder road. And the harder road is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, government needs to de-risk areas like agriculture, fisheries and forestry, so that we can attract private capital into those areas. We've got to give them incentives, 20 years tax-free, give them all. Because we need the jobs now. We needed them 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And without those jobs, what we are doing now, you put illegally plaster, antap lo triple cut lo bus knife straight and slip antap lo skin lo country blue me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, lo harim blue you.
Honourable Member Madeng.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to today's debate on the Private Members Bill of the Governor. I'll try and keep my debate comments short. While I note the Governor's intention to address this ongoing issue of law and order, and he's proposing the Vagrancy Act, but after doing some slight research on this issue, the first issue I would like to raise is the word vagrancy. It's not defined either in the Vagrancy Act nor is it defined in this proposed legislation. Vagrancy is defined as the state or condition of living as a vagrant, meaning a person who has no fixed home or regular, normal, lawful means of support and who wanders from place to place, often relying on begging or similar means to survive. In legal context, it can also refer to the offence or form offence of being such a person under specific vagrancy laws. Now, the Vagrancy Act of 1977 allowed authorities to control the movement of residents of people deemed vagrants, including by issuing exclusion orders requiring people to leave or stay out of certain districts or towns. And many of the provisions that are proposed in this proposed law is actually very similar to that same Vagrancy Act of 1977, but there is a slight change. Now, the Supreme Court found that the Vagrancy Act was unconstitutional because that act stated that if anyone who had no lawful means or there was reasonable grounds by a police officer to believe that this person has no reasonable means to support himself or no lawful reasonable means to sustain himself, then he can be arrested and brought before court. Why? Not for committing an offense, but simply having no money. And therefore, there was a right to restrict his movement. And the Supreme Court saw fit that it was unconstitutional because he committed no offense. He was just simply had no money. However, through the wisdom of this governor, he has recrafted the legislation to not just say it applies to anyone with no money, it applies to anyone who commits an offense. Now that changes everything. So it talks about people who commit offense because our law already provides for the government or police to lock someone up, restricting his movement, provided he commits an offense. While we are debating the issue of the legality of restricting movement, we passed a law in 2018 that says if you smoke in public or you eat betel nut in public outside a designated area, you can go to jail for 3 years. 3 years for just smoking in public. which doesn't make this law so much serious if we're jailing people for smoking in public. So this law is definitely commendable. The only issue, as the Deputy Opposition Leader states, that it is still open for areas of abuse. So in this case, if someone commits an offense, who breaks the law, they can be taken to court, which they normally do anyway, but now the court can exercise additional powers to either sentence them to 6 months imprisonment, 1 year, and after that term, say you are excluded on top of serving your term. That's what this law proposes in addition. But there's also issues that we must understand. Or say, what happens when someone never was raised in this area of Asplesplongen, and he has parents of 2 different groups? But luckily, that's a matter for the court to make, not for us. The court will decide in the circumstances whether to give that person a second chance, good behavior, or make a decision where they are excluded. That's a matter for the court. It's not a matter for police officers, but it's for the court to decide in its own wisdom, and it's a judicial officer that's trained. So there is check and balance. Now, if there's abuse in that process, we all have the powers or the right of appeal, get a stay order, and challenge the decision of the police officer to make that arrest or summons, or the district court who makes an order that's in breach of the law. All of those protections under the law still exist. They're not taken away. So in addition to this law, we already actually have many laws. Most of we are finding in terms of people that are loitering, that are vagrants, they live in settlements. They don't live in homes. Now, we have provisions under our Trespassing Act, Lands Act, where they can be arrested now for squatting on state land. Arrested and charged. But we're not enforcing that law. We can arrest everyone. Rather than trying to go to the district court and getting an eviction notice, you can just arrest them, put them in jail, and say, when you come out or go to a sentence for trespassing for up to 6 months, then you can go home. But we're not enforcing it. So we're going to come back to the same issue. This just adds another tool, as the governor said. We already have those tools there too, but it's going to come down to enforcement. So now provincial governments, local level governments can put in bylaws, and then if someone breaks those bylaws, then they can be charged if there's an offense, or they can be charged under the exclusion order and then dealt with under the exclusion order. But I would ask the governor to perhaps change the word vagrancy, because by definition, vagrancy means someone who can't sustain themselves. And if you put that on an act of parliament again, and it ends up in court, and they say, well, you called it the Vagrancy Act. In addition, or conclusion, I note some of the comments of my fellow colleagues about this issue of concern where it will divide us, because there will be some ethnic groups, we already have, fighting with other ethnic groups, by talk, Mipla enforced the Vagrancy Act, or exclusion, or Ross in Mogata Sipik, or Ross in Mogata Eastern Highlands, or Ross in Western Highlands, or Ross in Medang. That's the other issue that we have to factor, because it will be weaponized, not only as a tool, but can be weaponized and cause more division. And that's all my contribution to today's debate, and I support the bill.
Allow the Deputy Prime Minister to speak, and then we can have the question put. Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to join in the debate of this important bill that Governor Pakop has put in. Governor Pakop has put in a bill that I think a lot of Papua New Guineans have been complaining about, want to happen. Whilst we talk about freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of nearly everything under the sun, we forget about the people that we are supposed to protect. The law-abiding citizen. The law-abiding citizen. What about their rights? People complain when 2 Mile Hill was bulldozed. Altogether, freedom blow line. What about the average guy driving down? The mother was getting knifed, people who were getting stoned, the pilot who was killed, all these things. What was their protection? They couldn't complain. They sat down. No God man ask him this law line, lo go na walk him trouble, na pull him phone, na cut him all, na pull him wallet blow, na no God man ask him all. The person who should be protected is the law-abiding citizen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, ogara tayo mi talk. One kind of some law, cybercrime, law phone. Ogara man talk, freedom of speech. But freedom of speech must be also a responsible course of action. That time you open mouth and you talk. You are responsible for your actions. Now you look him, AI, kind something. Walk him online, go ask nothing. Walk him all, picking in Mary Blumie, all suffer. Now all picking in Mary Fred, lo put him all at law. Social media. What about their freedom? What about their rights? Those perpetrators out there, they hide behind these laws, and then when you start trying to impose laws, Mr. Deputy Speaker, everyone jumps up and says, what about my rights of freedom of speech? What about my rights? The biggest thing that we're all here, we sit here, yes, we represent the nation. But the ultimate thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, said we must protect our law-abiding citizens, the simple men and women who cannot defend themselves against aggressive, animalistic, bad behavior. That is wrong. You mean must look lo disla. Tayumi talk la investment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What does it give the investor trying to come and invest in our country when he sees videos of someone getting slashed in the middle, in broad daylight, in the middle of Waigani? What does that give? So these laws that the governor has put and brought forward is not against everyone. It is not against average person. It is against, let me talk with him, all man broke him law. Suppose you broke him law, you porret him this law. You know, broke him law. You don't know porret law 1 plus something. Why but you porret? You stop. You stop good. One kind of say, Mr. Toko line law, blow me law lay. You stop and place blow get a man, lay city. But no can broke him law. You broke him law, piece of go place blue you. And big plus something. And one kind law get up. You may ogara mas law-abiding citizens, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Ogara man sablo town must ban him rule of law. You don't need him law. You may talk him all. You don't need him law. You may go na koros him all na stick him all. All am human being. All must serve. But unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is human nature that people sometimes break laws. It is human nature that people do things like illegal activities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So sometimes you need tough laws. Let us remind Parliament and our people that when you travel to Singapore, you may get a time you may to Singapore, no, not. When you travel to Singapore, lo here, you may throw my rubbish out the window. You may get boys peta sol go set. You may drink drive. Kai PK throw my number. But tayo may kalablo balus na imi go Singapore. Sigin blue you may support. Tayo go down now by look. Boy you know na keke mo. You finish, but you walk about us you want pla. Santu you walk about long. You know sped boy. Rubbish bin, but you find a rubbish bin. Rubbish bin where? Rubbish bin where? Me go put you inside. Why you not like Wokamose lo yellow papu ni too? Because you mean no poreti mo low blue you mean lo here. Lo Singapore. You keke boy na you throw my rubbish, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All but kandaring you here. Maski you want a guy man, but kandaring you. Or line blue you mean lo here too. Mas poret lo kisim kanda. Sometimes we need to do hard decisions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sometimes we may need to impose laws that if you litter, whip him all. All throw my people on the street, maski you want a kind man, politician or one kind man, businessman or one you throw my rubbish pet boy, 10 lashes. Now we look over the man stop throw my people and I can't boy and spetting about. We have to be responsible. Mr. Deputy Speaker, enforcement legislative law am important too. Enforcement legislative law am very important. Time you look him, he got strong enforcement, not just in littering, not just in other or something, enforcement in every aspect of government. Organize something, we as a nation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, really need to step up our enforcement. Parliament, you may pass in plenty good law. Parliament, you may pass in plenty good law. Now, I was really gratified to notice last week that the police in Port Moresby have stepped up, and I was astounded by the number of bush knives, screwdrivers, and implements that were being carried by the general public. That doesn't need new laws, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is, people should be doing their jobs, the role of the law enforcer. Almost rausi mogra bush knife, rausi screwdriver, rausi mogra. Every day, stop checking man. And then on man ba talk lo rights blongol. Rights blue lo no can carry bush knife na no can carry one a screwdriver because you got right lo napla trango pigni Mary or pigni man le go lo school ya. All two all got right blow lo. Kain mano say you no can bagarap him rights blongol. So time you me talk, you me must all the time think him rights of the law abiding citizen. And sometimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you miss a loose thinking lo disla, na you me talk rights for this man or Mary. People are something, the law abiding citizens, average Joe, average Papua New Guineans, all tired finish lo disla kind of animalistic behavior now, all tired, all complain. They want to see Parliament stand up and do something about it. And I want to congratulate Governor Pakop, representing the biggest urban community in Papua New Guinea, for bringing in this law. It is not against everyone. It is against lawbreakers, against people who commit illegal activities. This law line must correct this law. You work in 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, rausi ma'am. And big plus something you must work in. You may punish him all. And two, I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we should bring in more strong law. We should bring in laws to whip people on the streets for breaking the laws. It is no funny something. It needs strong laws. We have too much freedom, in my opinion. Plenty of freedom too much. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Indonesia has 280 million people. You know na blukol man karen busnaip na ron number na katiman lo street lo Indonesia? Because all got good plus strong plus law that all enforce him. You look lo Philippines, 120 million people lo Philippines. Time this man of calling President Duterte and coming to power. Everyone in the world condemned him for what he was doing. President Duterte said, you can condemn me, but this is my country. I do what is right for my people. And that is being hard and enforcing the law. And you can see the Philippines today has turned around because of President Duterte, taking a strong war against drug dealers. Look at Lee Kuan Yew, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the whole world condemned him. All Togosem, you wrong lo whip him all man. You wrong lo walk this or something. And talk, this is my country. Show me a better way. And please blow me, mistreat him. Not all laws lo napla in the Western democracies na kind of same way. You may try him lo behind him na walk him all this la all. Freedom blong all can apply to a diverse country like ours. We have to make laws that apply to our own people, the way our people should respect those laws. So this time, summertime, we need to be harsh for the good of our nation, for the law-abiding citizens, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And yes, I agree with a lot of the commentators said here. We need to put more investments. I agree. We need to work on the land issues. I agree. The papers that were brought in by the Honourable Keith Idihu, we will work at getting it towards Parliament. We'll work towards that. We need to free up land. I agree. Those are things we need to do. But those things should have been done 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Why now? Not blaming anyone. It is reality. These things should have been done 30, 40 years ago. If I was in Parliament 10, 15 years ago, I'd probably have done it. I'm not a person who likes to blame people, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I meet reality and I try to fix on. I move on in front. You can see by Leh. Leh, we do not tolerate this sort of behavior. I do not have rights in Leh. Because people know they will be hit by the police force in Leh. January 10 riots, Leh no got 1 plus 2 paya. That is a lesson to everyone, Mr. Speaker. We have dropped the crime rates in Leh by 80% by being heavy-handed. People respect a heavy hand, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is why I don't have riots in Leh. Those lessons should be learned throughout the country. Me got Highlands, me got what Sipik, me got Kankan man lole. But ogara sawa all respect, na me got strong police force lole. Now police force you work good, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because they are resourced properly. We put our money where our mouth is, and they are resourced properly, now will work good. That is why the people know, by no got plenty issue come up, the kind places. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not about Leh, it is about the whole country. The whole country. And we have a duty, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to help alleviate this. We need to create job opportunities, as Honourable Governor Bird pointed out. That is a united thing that we all need to do. We all agree on it. But currently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the problem is right in front of us right now. Our people demand answers. And some of those answers are being presented by the good governor for Port Moresby. Immediate answers to try to fix it. And as we have discussed, let me assure the ordinary citizens of our urban areas and our peripheries that this law is not targeted. I'm no blow you play man way good play man ino work in trouble. And blow man is all the time. Sanap na work in trouble. This la law and blow this la man. Ino blow you. So no can pour it that this la law come la affect him you blow and come la affect him. Man is a work in trouble, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we should look at improving growth centres in a lot of our districts. Growth centres in Finchhafen, in Wau, in Miniamia. We should help build those growth centres. Government should look at focusing, and we will be looking at focusing on helping building up those growth centres so people can try to not move to urban centres and peripheries. With that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to say thank you for allowing me to participate in this debate, and I support the Governor's bill. Thank you.
I'll entertain the question be put. We have a third reading. If there be any debate, then it can be. Otherwise, honourable members, the question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. Bill for enactment powers enabling the courts to issue exclusion orders to any person found guilty of any offence committed in an urban area in any part of the country, and enabling police to bring persons before the court to be dealt with under this Act.
Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now... Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading.
Is leave granted? Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read at that time.
Honourable members, I'll get one speaker from the opposition, Honourable Tokatemu, and we entertain the question we put.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, thank you for recognizing the people of Abau today.
Honourable members, I retract my statement earlier. I will not put a question be put before any speakers who are doing debate, so I'll allow the member to make debate, and if the question be put, be called, and I'll entertain. Otherwise, other members who wish to debate, the debate is still open for debate. Honourable Member Waba.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also join the many leaders that have congratulated the Governor for our nation's capital for working very, very hard over time to bring this bill before the Honourable House. I can say that I think we have heard the cry of the people. There is so much complaint about this issue of how do we handle people moving around in the country, and how do we address the issues of lawlessness that is affecting our country at the moment. And so I stand to support the bill, and I wish to make a few comments in support of the bill. Firstly, when I look at the explanatory memorandum that the Governor has given, he has put 4 focuses, and if you go and read them, you will find that the main focus, like all other laws in the country, is dedicated to the courts and the police. And I want to raise an issue, and that is now that we are given another responsibility on top of the many other responsibilities that the courts currently have and the police currently have, and they are really struggling. I think our challenge, Deputy Speaker, is how do we best resource these 2 subsectors in order to effectively implement this law. And I think someone tomorrow will go to the Supreme Court and seek that this law is still unconstitutional. But if it doesn't rule it unconstitutional, I also believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that, for example, if 1 or 2 cases the court has penalized and declared them under this law, if there are 2 citizens in this country, wherever they are, that this law has applied, I think the people will say, Imino can walk him now. Because it's an example of the law on willful murder, and we declared it, we rescinded that law, and so the issues of murder are now resurfacing again. So I think if we can effectively implement and charge and jail and then send back 1 or 2 people under this new legislation, I think the impact will be cascading, in my view. And hopefully the people will have peace and then say that, okay, you be behind him this plan. And I want to commend the Minister for Police in his strong stance on calling upon the people on the issue of guns. That's what's needed in the country now. Ministers, you will stand up, you will pronounce him policy law government very clearly, bring the laws to the floor of Parliament. And so I know that people are thinking now, suppose me know I don't hand in my illegal gun, then this law will get me. I'll be sent to jail. Those messages are not continuous anymore. So Minister for Police, please don't stop saying what you have said on the floor of Parliament and follow through, but resource the police. So my strong suggestion is, Honorable Governor, at least in the National Capital District, you give resources to the police, give resources to the courts, and make sure that your law, Karim Kaikaya, is very, very important. Second point I want to raise. In the mid-90s, 1990s, Dame Carol Kidu, when she was a member of Parliament, engaged a young man called the late Willie Maha. And I want the Honorable Governor to go back to the archives and go and look for the study. That study was about how do we, when we come to the towns from different tribes, how do we organize ourselves to live together, to respect each other, to honor each other, to trust each other. So it's sociology, but I think urban planning has not taken on board this sociology issue. Because when you look at, for example, our National Capital District, Port Moresby, my people of Abau live in Kokiwanigela. And then the Oro people live in 9 Mile. So we are already coming to town segregating ourselves because there is no active urban planning. And there is no institutional process where different tribes are able to come together and say, look, people of Wanigelasha, you are from Abau. You are in the city now. This city belongs to the whole country. Taris are here. Sipiks are here. Keremas are here. Learn to live together. That hasn't been done. We have never spent time in getting our 800 different language tribal groups. And then we bring them to the city and we expect them to live together. Correct. No wonder we have been having problems in managing law and order in this country. Correct. Deputy Speaker, I urge the Honorable Governor to take on board, look for that study done by the late Willie Maha, maybe consult Dame Carol Kidu. Maybe it wasn't finished, but I think that's the basis under which we have to now carve out as a country. And my leader of the opposition said the right thing. We need to promote unity in this country. No. And this is the way in urban planning, sociology, anthropological approaches, values, ethics. But we haven't lived together for a very, very long time. Tribalize the towns. We have been tribalizing the towns like we've been tribalizing many policies and many laws. Yeah. Through you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Governor, do you know how old Port Moresby town is? When was it recognized as a town? 1873. We are 150 years old, the town. But close to 200 now. And so, but we have not learned to manage this nation's capital properly. No proper planning. So the member for Hirikoya is now complaining about what is happening to his people. Has he got the rights to his land? How about other citizens who have the right to come to Port Moresby City? How are we going to manage them? This is a dynamics that we have forgotten as a country. And go to Ley City, for example, Medan, Wewak, all the towns. And so we really have to, Minister for Provincial, you are an anthropologist. You need to bring to Cabinet a submission on how we as a country can manage these different tribes coming together. Port Moresby City is 150 years old, close to 200. I mean, many cities around the world are over 150 years old. They have learned how to live together, but they're not like us. So we have to now focus on how we manage to educate my Wanigala people from Abao to make sure that they are not fighting with the Goilalas and Taris every month. Some of us are laughing, but this is the issue that must be picked up, Deputy Governor, Deputy Speaker. It has to be picked up. And Deputy Speaker, you know how old your city is? Recognized as a city in 1937. So it's not all. 1937 officially declared a city. Not all. You got the Highlands population coming down to the Ley City. Deputy Prime Minister has said you need to be strong. But if there's another member after Deputy Prime Minister who is not as strong as he is, what's going to happen? And so we have to now manage the processes. We need to manage how we need to develop our cities, allowing our citizens to go wherever they want to live. That must never be forgotten. We must decide to go where we. And for when Honorable Prime Minister through you, when Hela becomes a very peaceful place, I will tell my central people to go and take over Hela.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, you see, that's what we have to do. I have to decide to go wherever, and I must not be chased away by the Hela people. So those are the principles that I'm talking about. We.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Sepuk always gets me worked up, so I'm so happy. But I want to say, we have headlines, but people are still living there peacefully. Those that come here for their own reasons, they come here. I have a long-time support of mine. He's from Sepuka's electorate. He's been up there in Hela for the last 60 years. His name is Peter Waki. And I just want to tell him that we're peaceful and Central people are still living up there. Please, most welcome to come up. You have to come up.
The Honourable Member Faba.
You have encouraged me to shift and come to Hela. But those are the issues. The point is that we as citizens, supported, encouraged and authorized by the Constitution, we can move anywhere where we want to. But our challenge is we haven't been managing our urbanization towns in the way that we should. And so I think it's a challenge, and it has to be an evolving challenge. Again, you were declared in 1950, so you are very, very young. And so we have young cities. The point is we have young towns, and so city managers, members of those who are in those urban electorates, we have to address this issue. And so I am for one, for people to move anywhere they want to settle, because we are one country, one people, one nation. I support this bill because I think, as Honourable Member for Medan has echoed, I think we have narrowed down the definition of vagrancy to some actual offences. That's the beauty of it. We have not said vagrancy as a definition, but we have targeted the actual offenses, and that's the beauty of it. That's why I stand to support it, because the actual offenses also have the support of other legislations in the country. And so if all the laws can work together, I think this legislation can be a very good one in terms of effectiveness. I want to raise, and also I want to say that as my deputy opposition leader knows about it, we always say that you have to make, the policemen have to make sure that the offender is guilty. The proof of burden of proof is on the state. I've been always thinking, no, we should move it the other way.
Why not?
That the guilty must prove that he's innocent.
Why not?
Why not? And this is doing that. I understand.
In France.
Yeah, and in France it's been done. So I think this is the way that we may have to relook at some of these things. So we don't have to wait for worrying about whether our policemen arrest a fellow or not, because you have to go and arrest him quickly before he kills another person. And then it's for him to prove to the court that he's innocent. Whereas we are burdening the police to go and get the evidence and go to the court and prove that he's innocent. I think that's been our problem all this time. And so we need to now shift these things now. Give less problem to the policemen who have very little resources. I got only one policeman in Margarita, so how will he organize himself to get the paperwork done and prove that somebody else who's killed somebody on the road is guilty? I'd rather that he go and arrest that person who killed somebody and for that person to prove that he's innocent.
Good.
I think that's the way we have to now move now, 50 years going forward. I just want to make 3 points and I'll sit down, Deputy Governor. Every law we make, including this one, Deputy Speaker, must protect the vulnerable. Don't put the vulnerable on the corner. The vulnerable, the disabled, the girls, the unemployed, all those vulnerable must be protected. That's the first point. And I know that this law provides for that as well. It protects the law-abiding as well, which is very, very important. Second point I want to make. We must promote and build support services. You know, the late Mary Kapi, when he was Chief Justice, he had a prison program where they will rehabilitate prisoners so that when they come out, they are useful citizens. We are forgetting those honorable things. We must make sure that support services are built, because there are many, many reasons why people go into criminal activities. But we label them forever. We must give them second chance to improve their lives and become better citizens. So we have to make sure that we promote support services. Last one I want to sit down is, I know when the subject of human rights is debated, we have very, very different views. My views on the human rights on the 2-mile evictions. Please observe human rights all the time, because that's an honorable thing to do. Everybody has a human right, and I think our Constitution protects everybody. Everybody with human rights. That means dignify them, dignity, respect them. Ask them what happened and you acted this way. You know? So respecting the human rights is very, very important. Protecting the vulnerable is very, very important. And promoting support services is very, very important. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah.
Honourable members, the question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. In accordance with constitutional requirement, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Close the door. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Would those in favor please stand? Would those against please stand? Honourable members, the result of the vote, ayes have 80 and noes 1. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to make provision for powers enabling the courts to issue exclusion orders to any person found guilty of any offence committed in an eminent area in any part of the country and enabling police to bring persons before the court to be dealt with under this act.
Governor, congratulations on the bill passed. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow 10 a.m. o'clock.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, before I adjourn the Parliament, I'd like to make a special announcement. There will be a special lunch address by Mr. Warren Hens, Vice President of the Global TB Caucus. This event will discuss collaborative TB control effort in the Pacific, focusing on PNG National TB Elimination Plan 2026 to 2035 ahead of the World TB Day on March 24, 2026. That will be tomorrow, March 19, at 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. after the Parliament suspended for lunch tomorrow. Beg my pardon, it will be today, Thursday, as soon as the Parliament adjourn from now. The venue will be at the State Function Room. Honourable members, I now adjourn Parliament to tomorrow, 10 o'clock a.m.